Hello, everybody, and welcome to another Delboy and Denny Discusses. And believe it or not, we're at number 4. Just bear with me a moment there. There we are. Got to add some echo there. So this particular episode comes mostly courtesy of Denny. But I had my input and said, you know what? That sounds really, really fun. I'm going to give you a little bit of a background for me personally, which is whenever sometimes I'm a little bit depressed, whenever I'm sort of like a little bit down, I do go down a nostalgia trip. And sometimes my memory will go back quite far. And nothing goes quite back as far as me being at primary school and watching children's TV, especially around about the lunchtime period. This lunchtime period had TV episodes, children's TV, aimed at a very, very young age compared to the stuff that we used to see when we left school, came back home, and then threw the bag down and started to watch that TV because that would have a more sort of like larger boys and girls stuff. But I think we're going to have a really good sort of like nostalgia trip tonight. Definitely an alternative to what's going on with the nation at the moment. And we might wake up to a totally different Britain tomorrow. But before all of that, I'm just going to introduce myself to my friend Denny, and I'm going to let him talk for a little moment about leading up to this broadcast, what he's been doing, what he's been watching, and then we'll let the floodgates open, and I'll put comments up as they come through, just like normal, really. So, Denny, over to you for a bit.
Oh, I seem to have lost you there. Yeah, well, I thought when everybody normally talks about the same thing, this is an area I don't think I've really seen covered on the internet that much within live streams. So I thought, wouldn't it be nice to go back to the times, when everything, they always say on the internet, when everything was so innocent and so sterile, everything was formulatic for the children back in the day. And I always remember those sunny afternoons in the summer, women and I think them are the best times when I used to play hooky from school. And you'd always remember dinner times, Rainbow, Bod, and obviously Mr. Ben and the Mr. Men and all them, Button Moon, or to name one. And I just thought, oh, what a wonderful thing it would be just to look back and just remember the times that we used to have. It's just, it just filled me with so much nostalgia and, love for the times, when I used to sing Nan and that. And I hope everybody gets the same sort of feeling from this, and with their input, and tell us what you watched as well. I'd love to know what you watched back in the day. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be talking very big nostalgia things about what I used to watch. But we collectively, when we talked about bringing up this stream, we thought we were going to call it something like "Watch with Delboy" or "Watch with Delboy and Denny." But that's because of that collective sort of like banner for children's TV back in the early days, which was Watch with Mother. But really, Watch with Mother is something that sort of like died out, didn't it? Really, mid to late 60s, and really, it's only the sentiment of that name, Watch with Mother, that remains, doesn't it? I mean, when I think about children's TV, I think I'm around about 1973, 74, and thinking about primary school. Not going. We're going to sort of like pre-nursery, sort of that sort of school, and all of the stuff that would happen around about the lunchtime. So, what's your feelings about that term, Watch with Mother, and but from your sense of view, the children's TV of that particular time for your age group?
Yeah. Well, we're more or less the same age group, aren't we, really? But when somebody says Watch with Mother with me, it's always brought up Muffin the Mule. I always thought about Muffin the Mule, but funny enough, Muffin the Mule wasn't part of Watch with Mother to begin with at the start. That didn't come, I think we spoke, it was either Picture Book or Andy Pandy. And that's where I seem to remember back then, my nostalgia was more bent to Andy Pandy, because I always remember, obviously, the song in my head, you know, Andy Pandy's coming to play. I always remember the Teddy with him and Lou Be Lou. And it was like, it's strange. It was like watching a Laurel and Hardy short, because it was like the same formula week in, week out. Andy Pandy would come on, then Teddy would join, and then Lou Be Lou's it. And then to do a little dance and then go back into the wheelbarrow. Was it a wheelbarrow? I can't remember now. It was a wheelbarrow. And also, obviously, the Flower Pot Men and Weed. Yeah. And it's double entendres. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The one that always sticks out in my mind more than anything for our age brackets was Mr. Ben. Still to this day, that carries so much nostalgia. It was the cutout animation, which I absolutely adored. And it wasn't just that. It was like the stories, there was like morals to the stories. They used to go on about E-Man later on, but this had morals. I always remember a little story where the king's son wouldn't eat anything, and they tried to get him to eat. I think you remember that one. And I always remember they got the poor kids off the street in, and he started to eat. The other ones are obviously around that period was Rainbow Dinner Times. I mean, obviously everybody knows that, George. You know that one. I could do the voices at one time. Oh God, what was the other ones as well? Not so much Bod, but I do remember Bod, and Finger Bobs was a major one. That cardboard cutout cat with one eye on. Never done anything, did it, that one? Yeah, oh God, what was the other ones now? Didn't it? Mary, Mungo and Midge. One thing I forgot about Mr. Ben, it was the incidental music. I could still hum it in my mind now. You know, when I'm out, sometimes I'm just humming it.
Xylophone, really, wasn't it? That, you know, you can really make out the sort of like...
Yeah, that was its theme, but like you used to have so many different tracks throughout the program itself. Yeah. And if you look on YouTube, it's like the Spider-Man where they put all the tracks together. They got rid of the voices and they put all the tunes together. Absolute nostalgia blast those was. Mary, Mungo and Midge, Crystal, Tips and Alistair. To this day, I don't know what they was thinking. They must have been on LSD when they was doing it. Indigo Pipkins, as it was first known, Dinner Times. Yeah, also known as Pitkins. Hickory House. That was another one I remember. Was that Humphrey Cushing? Hickory, and there's Hector's House. I remember that one. What else was there? Well, them are the main ones, really, that I do remember. And Button Moon, obviously, but that come later. And to no lesser degree, Rupert Bear.
Yeah, you got Parsley, haven't you?
Oh, the Herbs.
Rupert.
Yeah. Rupert.
Anyway, I mean, sort of like similar to me. The thing I was getting at really is that I didn't even know the term Watch with Mother until much later on. Children's TV to me was the start music probably to Play School, followed by Play Away, where I think a lot of people like where my mother grew up, you know, the black and white Watch with Mother days would start off pretty much with a card saying Watch with Mother, and then the programs would start, and just like you said, there'd be picture book and I'm pretty sure really that the TV of that particular time as well was geared more towards education. Even in the 70s when I was watching it, and I only remember really things in color. I don't remember too much about black and white programs at that particular time, so we were definitely into the color bracket. It was fun, but there was an educational point to it. But I think there was more heavy education in the early days. I remember just before this, I watched Picture Book, wondering what were the very first sort of like broadcast of Watch with Mother was like. And there was this lady with a sort of like a puppet dog. And she must have been sort of like doing some sort of Blue Peter thing where she was getting pieces of paper and folding it in half and getting some scissors out and cutting it and gluing it and making paper lamps and things. You know, all the time that I was watching this, which was literally a couple of weeks ago, I was going, don't put a candle in it. Jesus Christ. You know what I mean?
But there seemed to be something similar. I mean, it was a few years later in the 70s, where was it Paper Talk? Was it called Paper Talk? Where there was this lady who used to host a program. They used to have these like spiders. Do you remember the glove puppet spiders?
I remember a glove puppet spider, but I thought it was a crab at one point or a tortoise or something. So it might be mixed up with Finger Bobs there, because let's just bring up Finger Bobs for a moment. Finger Bobs was a very low cost production for the BBC. We are talking one guy. He looked like he was a walking mime. You can't miss him, really. Couldn't really miss him. There he was with his beard. And basically, he was in front of a camera with a coloured glove, usually grey, or something that matched the paper attachments that went onto his hand, which would be an animal of some sort, usually a mouse. And there would be some musical accompaniment, and this mouse would usually be going around the countryside trying to find things like woolen stuff to actually make things with, or whether it was a new bed for Finger Bob or not, I don't know. But it didn't freak me out. But even if I look back, the one in all of my life and all of my images, I don't think I could get rid of that image of that cat with its one eye open and his delicate hand of Finger Bobs growing over the top of the back of it, tossing about as if, hey, look, mate, you ain't gonna get me. And then I could just imagine the cat talking back, going, no, because I'm made out of cardboard, you git.
Yeah. Well,
you know, and then I'm pretty sure in Finger Bobs, he would get to his destination and be picking up things with his hand, which is pretty hard to do as a Finger Bob character. He'd be picking up wool or whatever it was, and then he'd have to do the journey back and then do whatever he's got to do.
Mind you, I had to laugh though. I mean, to prep a bit, I'd watched a couple of episodes, and the first one, it was the story I always remembered with this chap on horseback, and they always liked to dance. The story was this chap liked to dance, and that collected, I think it was wool and stuff, like you say, collected a bit of wool, so he could get off because the land was full of prickles or stones, so he couldn't dance on it right. So then they had to bring back all this the wool and all, so they could dance on it. But my nan, bless her, I always remember, because I wanted to make that, you know, when you used to watch Play Away or Play School, or, you know, later on Tony Art, you wanted to make these things like Finger Bobs and all that. And could I ever do it? And my nan, bless her, would always say, they're using special paper. They've got to be using special paper. And all it was really was just double-sided sticky tape where they used to turn it over and stick it. Yeah. But obviously my nan never understood, bless her, like, you know, I'm using special paper for that, like, you know. Yeah. But I've got a what's the name for Finger Bobs. I remember that well, like that woven weaving basket, like I got on the thumbnail.
Yeah,
that was from Finger Bobs. But it was Yoffie, I forget his real name. But there was a story, whether ever it was true, he used to be high on LSD or drugs or something as he used to do the program. Whether that was true, I don't know. But I just thought, you know, you look at these programs nowadays like Finger Bobs. I mean, what is there now like that? You know, there's literally nothing. The children's TV, especially the dinner time part, has been took away from them.
Yeah.
So, and the home time, but I mean, we're not talking about the home time, but the dinner time, it's all been stripped away, and you don't get any of these nostalgia bars. I feel so sorry for the kids nowadays. They've got nothing.
Yeah.
You know, hopefully they'll look back and
I do have to say, you know, this might be broken up. You never know, into two distinct parts, because when we were discussing, weren't we, of bringing this on, I did happen to say, really, the children's TV was broken up really into two distinct different cycles. There was the lunchtime, which sort of like was around about an hour's long. Really, it was from 12 till 1. From what I can really remember. But this sort of stuff was repeated at the very early stages of people leaving secondary school, to come home. They'd show Play School or Play Away, and then they'd show the more bigger boys and girls stuff. The Blue Peters and the How and all of that sort of stuff. But it's amazing that with all of the stuff that we've just talked about, those episodes and our memories of them, would you say the majority of what you watched would have been BBC over ITV, really, with the content? I have to turn around and say myself, it's not hard for me to name what ITV was bringing out, but to be quite honest, the stuff that I remember with the fondest memories all seem to be BBC.
Yeah, they are.
Look at it.
Yeah, I think they was the major force back then. The British Broadcasting Corporation, they were the founders really of children's TV. It's not to say ITV didn't get their hands on a few of them, like Small Films, who've done the Clangers and Bagpuss. I mean, they are my favourites. Small Films, Oliver Postgate and Peter Furman. I mean, who can forget the narration of Oliver Postgate, his soft melodic voice, talking about, talking to kids in the Clangers about the firmament. It's probably words totally above what that, could comprehend, but he never talked down to children. That's how I feel that's talked down to nowadays. Well, when they do get any children's programs, I do so. But some magical Small Films, their stuff was so magical. And I'm happy to say I've managed this week to snag a copy of the saga of Nog in the Nog. I've been after that for quite a while. That was quite expensive, but I managed to get it for a snip. So I was. That's another one to the collection, as you can see behind me. I've got 3 or 4 columns here of children's TV. It's one of the major parts of my collection. My mum will say to me, "What the hell do you want to buy that for?" And you're having your second childhood or something. But certain people, they don't understand. Like you say, when you're in a bad place, or you're down, or you're depressed, them are the sort of things I put on.
Yeah.
Put it back to a time where things were, carefree, careless. It's wonderful. How can you describe though something that that you used to love to watch? And I put it on now, and like I said, my mum will walk in. I say, "Oh God, he's going through his." Said to me, "Dad, he's going through his second childhood again. What do you want to watch this rubbish for?" But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, similar to me, really. When I look back at it, even though I knew that there were 2 channels and the content seemed to be a little bit different between the 2, they all seem to be sort of like aiming you a little bit towards education at the beginning, followed by something that was a little bit more fun for the slot that it basically was in. And that was the other thing that I tried to remember. I used to think to myself, how did I remember that it was dead on the time that Play School was about to start? How did I, even though we were taught the hands and the big hand and the small hand and everything else.
Yeah, the square window and the
we didn't exactly have an alarm clock that rang off and went, "Oh, switch the telly on, right? Play School's on." I ought to have sort of like instantly knew. And that's the other thing, is that I tried to think about as well. But when I was young, I was up much earlier than I am sort of like now. And I couldn't wait for the children's bit to come on. And I was aware that there was educational or some big boy or big girl stuff that was on before, which I later learned was the government's way of trying to educate children with programs. It was the school educational stuff, like Picture Box and How We Used to Live and all of that sort of stuff. So I used to catch the tail end of those, and then it would be, the bit that I wanted to see, the Mr. Men and Finger Bobs and Bagpuss and all of that sort of stuff. And then it would turn into what I suppose the 70s considers the normal daytime TV.
Did you vote today?
So sorry, just bear with me a moment. I'm on. No, you. No. My mum wants to know whether I voted. Sorry, I've interrupted there.
I voted.
Yay! I'm just going to go away. So I was just interrupted there a little bit. It was all right. Bless her, my mum. She's going to tell you a few stories about me watching children's TV. I'm sure of it. But yeah, I what I'm trying to get at is that I sort of knew a big stuff that was going on, and then my program bit. Then in the afternoon, there'd probably be some sort of film stuff, and then instantly again there would be more children's stuff coming on.
Yeah.
I got this cycle of how it worked quite in my head very quickly. Was that something that happened for you? And then we're going to bring some comments up.
Well, there's two instances. I mean, I remember like you. When I was a kid, I was like up early in the morning, children's program in the morning, dinner time, and evening when I come back. That was like the main cycle. But I remember once Sunday mornings, I was always up for 7:15, and it was BBC Two. They used to put it on. It was Mr. Ben. They always used to put it on 7:15, followed by, I don't know whether you remember this. Used to be like Sundays back then. It was Wake Up Sunday. Do you remember that with Dawn?
Oh, yeah.
So this is how I remember these things, because that used to follow it. And then that Asian program, Nigendigan, Nigevi, New Day, New Life. That's how I used to remember. Like you say, certain things that just stick in your mind about when that was on. And we always knew that was on. It's brain training, I suppose, really. That put them on the same time, the kids will remember. Yeah.
Yeah. So the only other thing I want to think about, really, just before we get up with the comments, just touch it, because we'll be talking about subjects all the way through this, is I don't remember too many religious overtones going on with what I was watching. Finger Bob certainly didn't have any religious going on, going past churchyards or anything. I remember that very early stuff that used to be on where they were trying to teach you about money or something like that, primary school or something. On the telly, there wouldn't be many of my Mr. Men or puppets going past churches or anything. They would be going past shops and houses and all of this sort of stuff. So there was that side of thing, and that surprises me in my brain, because I keep thinking that in the 50s, a lot of things about religion would be there. Do you know what I mean? Even if it's just slightly mentioned, you'd know what a nun would be, what a priest would be. You know what their frock and what and what they're wearing, their garb. Probably before you knew what decimalization and money was.
Yeah, it's I wouldn't say there was any in that, but you're saying that you knew what characters were. It's like Bod, wasn't it? You had the policeman, you had the farmer, Aunt Mill, and the postman. But you're right. There was, children's TV back then. You can imagine the BBC. Oh, you can't say that, and oh, you can't say that. It was very to the wire. You're dead and go beyond a certain subject. But there again, with the stories were true. Half the presenters was cut on LSD, and it was. I don't know whether this is true. What it was made up about Captain Pugwash, about semen stains and masturbation.
Stains, yeah.
Yeah, and but whether that was true and it went above the red, I don't know. But there was, I'm like you, I never picked up anything about religion or about sex or anything like that. It was a lot like a boy or girl, or
and I think that's another thing to bring up, really, because if children's TV was around like we used to have back in the day, I just wondered to myself, would the writers that are reading stuff now be doing the subliminal messages like they seem to be doing with our beloved TV now? Teaching us about pronouns and about relationships between same sex and all of that sort of stuff. Because I must admit, as much as there was no religion, I always knew Sunday school. I went to Sunday school, and Sunday school was a happy place for me to go to, apart from the beginning, because there always used to be this one guy, the priest, that would stand up and he'd do his sermon, and tell us all about the fishes and the snakes and all of this sort of stuff. And then of course we'd go off into the side classroom thing, and we'd be starting painting and glue and getting everything else out. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there would always be one in the congregation, I think, that had a guitar that would start singing something, and it would be Kumbaya or whatever it was. Do you know what I mean?
Kumbaya.
But I do remember it being, do I have to go? But then when I was there, it was, it's quite fun, this. Actually, I don't know why I was going, I have to really go.
I never went to Sunday school. I was a very introverted child back then. A bit of wind blew on me, but my dad, to be fair, my dad, he was not into religion at all. Yeah. He hated every facet of it, but he never said I couldn't go, but I just didn't want to go. It's like when I joined the Cubs, and it was the worst time in my life, and I just dropped out of that. I was more, looking, as I was growing up, I was looking more about technology and gadgets, to where other subjects lie, computers and stuff like that later on. So that was where but Sunday school now. I was more I was glued to the telly. That's where my nose was glued to. Anything that come on, or basically just glued to the telly.
So the second little thing I just wanted to bring up before I bring the comments up, because I must admit I am conscious that they're going up or not. Is more to do with, do you think anything, even if it was intentful or not, was there to scare? Because I have to say, some of the pictures that we've got in the background here that you beautifully done, I do remember that cat and thinking, that's a scary cat, right? And when I watched Finger Bobs and watched this hand going over the back of it, like I said, as much as I made a joke of it, saying if that cat could talk, it'd say, I'm going to bite your head off, mate. Right? They always seem to be drawn non-threatening, but you see things like that hair that you've got, with the purple and going around. I mean, that's scary looking hair, if you see what I mean. It's not.
There was the herbs, and was it a witch in that? That used to frighten the life out of me. But I'll tell you something, back then, when I used to watch Andy Pandy, for the life of me, that Andy Pandy used to scare me to death, because it was them eyes. It just looked demonic. It just looked bloody demonic, the sodding thing did. Sharpening the wheelies, that witch. Little old lady.
Fluella. Is it Fluella?
I think it is, little old lady.
Hey, little old lady. Yeah, Northern again. That'll please Ian Hill, the rambling. Everything apparently was born in Leeds and then just spread out. I think that's where the 10 Commandments come from. It just ended up on a mountain somewhere at some point. But anyway, I think we're going to get to some comments. Actually, I mean, we've covered an awful lot. We haven't really talked about anything. This is the beauty, I think, a little bit of doing something live like this with you, is that our memories and mouths shoot off on one, and all of a sudden we look at the clock and go, "What? We've been talking 30 minutes. We haven't started yet." So there we go. So we'll go straight up to the top, and we've got a comment from Pete, Playtendo guy.
Hello,
evening, Del and Denny. Hope you have a great stream. I'll be sure to pop in later on in the evening, and that's wonderful. We also understand that for some people this is going to be something to recap on. We hope it's going to be fun for the future, anybody to look at. So that's a wonderful thing. We look forward, Pete. Hopefully you can come back. Then we've got Colin Jones, Ponder. We all know Colin Jones, absolutely wonderful. Evening, was meant to be streaming myself, but not feeling up to it. I hope you're okay, Colin. I don't know how streaming myself works. Is that where you put yourself in a mincer and just stream out? I don't know. There's a term for you. Then we've got Cy Robson. He's got evening gang, and I've got to say hello to Cy. Absolutely wonderful to see all of these names and people turning up, wishing us well. Ian Hill, there we are. We've just been talking about them. Hi, Delboy and Denny. Have a reet grand time. That's a right grand time, Ian. I've been trying to teach you English now for the last about 10 weeks, but you keep reverting back to this Leeds Northern nonsense. But don't worry about it. We will get there in the end. Even nobody's too old that they can't pick up some English words. So I've got high hopes for you. The Tony York, evening, Del and Denny, and Ian in the chat. Because he was just saying something there, and he's got back saying, "Hi, Tony." And then we got live and hi, Cy, hi, Colin, evening. So we're getting through some of the stuff now. And then we've got LFC. It's got evening, Del and Denny, just what I need when I'm feeling as rough as a badger's bum for this particular stream. We have to sort of like think about the language that we're using here. As much as I'd love to use the word arse. Oh shit! Sorry, I used the word arse. No, we'll keep the language as we always do. Free flowing. We don't give a we don't care a poo poo on whether we're going to use shit or not. Right, there we go. So we've used those jokes up. I think now, Denny. Then we got NFC coming up saying Button Moon brings back some great memories for myself. I recall it rerunning back in the 90s. Yeah, it's been a long time since. I mean, I know the tune in my head going off. I can remember the introduction and everything. I was well gone from school. I was well into work the last time Button Moon was on, but it must be 30 years since it's been on TV. Would you say it was the 90s it stopped?
Yeah, something about that. It was Sandra Dickinson, wasn't it? And in Peter Davidson and Sandra Dickinson, wasn't it? That used to do that.
They might have been in it. I don't remember them in any documentary either actually admitted that. Peter Davison always tries to hide the fact that he was in the Tomorrow People.
Yeah, I remember him in that. Yeah.
And I don't remember them ever sitting in front of the children's set with them both, as husband and wife, Peter and Sandra, talking to kiddies. I just remember Button Moon as being that big, the theme tune and the cutout going to the Button Moon and all of that sort of stuff.
Honest, it might have been them that actually sung the theme tune, to be honest.
Ah, right.
It might have been. I might be totally off kilter here.
We've been to Button Moon. We followed Mr. Spoon, Button Moon.
Yeah, theme music composer Peter Davidson and Sandra Dickinson.
There you are.
So
amazing, isn't it? Like I said, we've got the encyclopedia with us, look, in the form of Denny.
No, the foul. It was sort of there.
I call it Denny, my phone. As simple as that. Denny knows more than my bloody phone does about anything. As long as Denny the phone has got it on silent, we're all right. We won't won't be having all of that nonsense going on. Great memory back there, LC. Yeah, Button Moon. First introduction of a TV show that's come up in the comments so far. I dare say we'll all reminisce when we see the words come up, Yeah. Then we've got Paul Patrick, evening gents, and Cy saying hi, Ian, as well. We've got Tony York. I have memories of Pitkins. George Woodbridge used to host, and then later on various other presenters. Hartley Hare was a character I remember most. And I'm just going to interject here that the thing that comes up about Pipkins to me is always the puppets, but it's that deep booming voice where they had all these clocks come on. So you'd hear this tick, tick, tocking sort of thing with lots of clocks coming on. And there was this deep voice that went, time. And I went, bloody hell. Now, it didn't scare me, but I was going, there's a sound of authority if ever you've heard one. So what's your thoughts on Pipkins? I mean,
well, I'm sure I remember when it very first started, Indigo Pipkins, where it was called Indigo Pipkins. But the main part of the program was when it was hosted by this black guy. I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember what his name was. He seemed to be the biggest staple. For anybody who's interested, who buys them, I've got the box sets from Network. But I believe they found a lot of missing episodes.
Yeah.
And they've scoured it. But they're like VHS, I think. And they've all put them together in a package. I'm going to be releasing them soon. But that was one of what you were saying about that time. I remember that more than anything. And Hartley hair. Yeah, what did he remind me of now? The way he used to talk. He used to remind me of another character, and I can't think what it was.
And yeah, had a sort of Larry the Lamb warble in his voice.
Yeah, but then you've got like that was another puppy that used to scare me. The pig looked like it was possessed with that with them, with those with those eyes.
What sort of accent did it have? He went, all right.
It's got one of our accents, eh?
The other thing about Pipkins, I know that they did weird shots, and it always seemed to be like grandfather clocks made of mahogany. I couldn't quite make out, was it a shop or was it an old home, an old house or something? I seem to always get a kitchen vibe, like there's a kitchen table with in the background. It's amazing how your memory can go off on one on something like that, because I much prefer Pipkins over some of the other stuff. In fact, I was channel hopping even then, and we wouldn't have a remote control when I was watching Pipkins, So I'd be getting up and I'd be going BBC One or ITV or BBC One, and it'd be pressing the buttons to do it. That I preferred Pipkins over whatever the BBC was showing at the time. Now, the BBC and ITV are well known through all eras of putting on conflicting stuff, regardless of age, and it'll be similar things. So, ITV would have the news at 6, the BBC would have the news at 6, and all that sort of stuff, and you had to choose between them. So I'm not quite sure what Pipkins was running against. It might have been Play School, might have been the first program that was on at 12 o'clock on ITV, and on BBC at 12 o'clock it would have been the first broadcast for them, and that would be Play School, something like that.
I'm just thinking at that time, would it be something? I might be out with the times here, Chock-a-Block or something like that.
Could be. Yeah.
I remember Chock-a-Block.
It is one of those weird things. The other thing is that eludes me is they always seemed the programs went longer than they actually did. I think they were like 15 minutes or 20 or something like Pipkins.
Very long.
They always seem to be. My memory always seems to think of them as being longer. I don't know why. It's like it's the same with Mr. Ben and everything, really.
Literally, it's like this, like you say, the running times of the programs. You used to thought that was on most of the afternoon, and like Mr. Ben and Bagpuss, there was very few episodes, and that was repeated that many times. You used to think there was loads and loads and loads. But
I was going to cover that a little bit later on, Denny. And I have to turn around and say it's scary. We won't give the exact number, but just for everybody to have a little think about this, how many episodes do you think there really was of Bagpuss and Mr. Ben in particular? Have a think to yourself. Have a number in your head. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to answer that. You're going to be either very surprised or you knew it, right? Because it's shockingly the answer to that when I first looked on the internet for that information. And this we're talking years and years ago when the internet was brand new. I looked up things like how many episodes were there of, So it's quite scary. So how long was Pipkins then? Have you got something on there? Is it about 20 minutes? Is it 20 minutes?
Have a look. 15 minutes. He was bang on. 15 minutes.
Yeah. In other words, I was quite right. And the reason I said 15 or 20 minutes was that's sort of like the time that the advert would come on, and then you'd go on to the second segment. You know how a half-hour program would have an advert before it, then you'd have the program, an advert, then the program, and end titles, an advert, and that's half an hour, right? So it would be
about
15 minutes for the first quarter of the hour, and then going into the next thing. BBC had none of that, no adverts, all of that. It's probably another reason why I watched it on that side more than anything. Don't need that advert nonsense. Do you know what I mean? Although back then, saying that, I probably would have loved the adverts because it'd be showing me toys that I can't afford.
Oh yeah, there was always toys. But here's a question for you though. Pipkins was puppets.
Yeah.
Did you find when you was younger back then you was drawn to puppets more than animation?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Kids or puppets seem to have this draw. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's probably what eased me into Jerry Anderson than anything else, really. Just for the uninitiated, Jerry Anderson was heavy into puppets. all through the black and white era, and Fireball XL5 and all of that sort of stuff. But the puppets that we saw in something like Pipkins were very, very lower brand compared to Jerry Anderson. It didn't phase me at all to see a whole program made out of puppets for something like Thunderbirds and Captain Scarlet, with the odd sort of like special effect of showing just a hand, which was a real hand, then cut back to being it just a puppet, going along and chatting and so forth. Clever stuff back then, but not so much now. But I wasn't really scared. I just going back to what I was sort of like saying, I was never really scared with anything. I never felt any peril, the word peril, for anything. Even if it was someone new, it wasn't like, oh, I'm scared now. Because that's the other thing that I remember when my mum had someone knock at the door and they came into the house. I remember being a little bit timid and scared. Who's this person? What's they doing with my mum and all this sort of stuff? And I'd be there, going, what's this person like that? If there was a similar thing, a character that came into something on TV and it was my friends up there, and then suddenly they were introducing me to someone new, I never saw them go, oh, who are you? I'm not sure what I should be thinking about you. And yet we've got children's information films all the time warning us for being about strangers and don't get into cars and all of that sort of stuff. So I wondered why the characters on the screen weren't doing the same sort of thing as what we were doing in real life, because they certainly weren't timid about coming forward when somebody new was being introduced. It was almost like they were part of the family before they were family. But that's just another little observation I have for that. So we'll continue. That was a nice memory there, Tony, about Pitkins, and brought us into a little bit of a talk about that show. So definitely one that I remember. Silent says my favorite kid show were Jamie and the Magic Torch, the Flumps, Mr. Ben, Bod, and Chorton and the Wheelies. Definitely a little bit later on in the late 70s for some of that stuff. There's some stuff there that was definitely early 70s, Bod and Mr. Ben. I always think of Chorton and the Wheelies as being a little bit later.
And
all that sort of stuff, but there's some little trinkets there. I know we're going to be talking a little bit more, but is there anything you want to say about, in particular, Jamie and the Magic Torch and the Flumps? Because we're going to talk about in depth probably a little bit more about Mr. Ben and Bod and Chorton and the Wheelers, but those two definitely haven't been brought up so far by either of us.
Well, funny enough, each and every one of those, I mean, I don't know whether you've noticed, every single kids program that we've talked about always had a theme tune you never forgot. I remember each one of them. Jammy and the Magic Torch going around that spinning rainbow. What do they call them? Helter Skelter.
Helter Skelter, yeah.
The Flumps. Yeah, I remember that. I remember the Flumps. So that I seem to have in my mind about a trombone.
Yeah. Right. I remember the wall as well that they sat up on.
That one, the Flumps I never really bothered with so much. Jammy and the Magic Torch. Now, that one was not really one I watched that much. I did watch them. And I have actually just not long bought that from Fabulous Films. And I'm going to give them a bit of a plug here, actually, Fabulous Films. They are releasing a few of these to get some more of these brilliant ones that they are releasing. They are expensive. I'm not saying they ain't.
No.
But they've released Chorton and the Wheelies as well. They're releasing some cracking stuff. Bod, yeah, I mean, I've watched the full of, I'll just watch them back to back. Bod, Alberto Frog and his amazing animal band.
Yeah. I was going to sort of like bring up the contents of Bod as sort of like as a thing to do with each other, but my sister was always the anticipating person that wanted to know more about the frog and what milkshake was going to be on the week, right? I liked the whole of Bod. I didn't mind, or the everything that was going on in Bod, but for my sister, who was 18 months older, she was just looking at the beginning of it going, come on, get to the bit with the milkshake, will you? Because I'm not interested in this other crap.
Yeah, and then you get to the end. What did he?
PC plod, do I give a shit? No, let's bring on the milkshake, right? I want to know, do I get it right this time or not? You know, that's all it was with my sister.
Yeah, and then he'd have been chocolate.
Oh, well, she'd always say chocolate and wrong.
Yeah, but
You know
sadly, I mean, that's the thing. Sadly, the majority of those have been lost. There's only 3 or 4 Alberto Frog stories left within Bod.
Because it would be interesting, wouldn't it, if we had them all? We could then you could then write down in each episode which ones were chocolate, which ones were vanilla, which ones were strawberry, and then we could be deliberating and saying, if only we knew. Because tell you what, if we'd have only known that chocolate came up 10 times out of the 15 episodes it was on, we'd have said chocolate every bloody time, wouldn't we? Right. So even now, because the episodes are lost, we're not quite sure what was the most common flavour that was.
You know, the one thing though that I took from Charlton and the Wheelies, I don't know whether it's just my mind thinking, just going overdrive, but to me, like, the witch was the bully, and Charlton never gave in to her. He tried to make light of it and tried to turn it. Whether he tried to turn around or not, but he was having none of a nonsense and just made a fool of her. That's the way it seemed to come across to me all the time, because I used to pick on all the little wheelies, didn't she?
What was her accent? I remember her talking, but was it more in a sort of Welshy type thing? You know,
yeah, that's the one.
And then he'd be going, "Hey, little old lady, I'm from the north, really little old lady. I'll get you the chunk like this." That's all I remember about it. I remember running around in sort of like in circles, and I was going, he's got the brakes on one wheel, look, while the other one goes round.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, it was all Welsh, wasn't it? Yeah.
That's what I think. You know, it's a little bit like that. I just wondered whether anybody actually picked up upon that the evil person was the Welsh one. But
can you imagine now if they'd done accents within a program? Or you can't say that. You know, you can't do that.
I think it was the BBC that was stuffing it. Even if you on children's TV, you had to go to elocution lessons or something to before you could even start doing a Jackanory episode. I mean, I think it took a long time for them to loosen that up. Do you know what I mean? We are talking like 51, 52 with Watch Remember, and when we were watching it in the 70s, they'd totally loosened up. You know, we had the likes of Brian Cant and Jeremy Irons and all sorts of stuff for play away, and they all had different accents.
But don't forget the BBC. Even on the radio, they used to have to wear a tux with a dicky bow.
Yeah.
They were, and look at them now. You know, it's gone the other way completely now. So
totally now, it's whatever makes you feel comfortable. Who gives a crap? Yeah, for definite. Let's get down some more comments then, because we've got a little bit of stuff there. Me, Jamie and the Magic Torch was definitely a touch up on the animation of style that I'd seen around about that time. Definitely a little bit better. The tune was definitely catchy. Though it was brightly colored. I remember that. Not as multicolored as I possibly remember, but definitely you knew the end of the program, because even the music faded out to something that was sort of like a hush. And it was sort of like Jamie putting his head under the covers in a window with the sky at night, sort of like at the end of the program. You sort of definitely got some night day vibes out of that show, for definite. And it was always very colourful, which is probably what attracted me. Paul Patrick, Pigeon Street was a big one for me. Repeated right into the 90s. This would probably be towards the end of watching with children and TV for me for children. I do remember coming in from work, and my mum would be waiting for the news to come on, and Willow the Wisp or something before the news would be coming on. But Pigeon Street, probably if I was off sick, I'd probably occasionally turn on what early children TV stuff was on at 12 o'clock. Pigeon Street would be there. But have you got any memories of Pigeon Street? Because it's next to nothing for me on that one.
I mean, I put it on the thumbnail, but I didn't really remember it. It's like one of them programs like yourself. I watched now and again, like Cockleshell Bay. That was, the thing was with me back then, there weren't that many science fiction programs, but they've got to be high fantasy sometimes for me to watch them, like Mr. Bear.
Yeah. I was never, because I was never in awe of things like Rosie and Jim. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They were there, they were fun, couple of dolls, live action, old bloke on a boat. Yeah. You know what I mean? But I was much older then, and it was like the only thing that was there was, oh, here's that bloody program again, and you could hear the tune in the background. Rosie and Jim, sailing along on the old, was it Rag Doll or something? Was the boat was probably called that?
Yeah, Rag Doll.
Remember, right? But brilliant for kids, but for me at that point, I was going, nah. No, don't think so.
Not too many memories of Pigeon Street, but I thought, well, we're the same age, so it was coming to an end for me at that point. It was like Cockleshell Bay. If you was off,
Cockleshell Bay, yeah.
If you was off sick, you'd sit and watch it, wouldn't you, for no particular reason? And
yeah, that's it. I mean, it's sort of like when you sit, you go, I'll just see what's on at 12. Oh, yeah, of course, at 12 it would be kitchen. Is this what they watch now? Right, okay. I'd probably watch one and go, not again. I think I've definitely moved on from that one. But anyway, let's read some more comments out. So not a big one for me, Paul, on Pigeon Street, but I do remember it. It's just, I think for definite. I remember watching stuff in the 80s that I was watching in the 70s when it comes to children's TV. But as you got to the 90s, I still wouldn't mind seeing something from the 70s. But the stuff that was coming out for kids was not for me in the 90s. And I was going, nah. Nah, not the same affection for me. You know, if a pigeon suddenly had a name and it started talking, I'd be turning it over. You know what I mean? Nah. I ain't that psychedelic. Anyway, we get to Colony's put clangers and Bagpuss. Well, we've got two huge named characters there that we've got for kids TV. I think I don't know anybody that turns around and says, I hate Bagpuss. Or I dislike Bagpuss or anything. I have my own opinion of Bagpuss, and I can take the piss out of it. Even now, you know, like that shop wouldn't last very long in this day and age. You know, for a start, I mean, that shop had closed down in an instant, and I could just imagine the local stalker of the town sort of going in. Yeah, I did lose that boat in a bottle. Yeah, it was mine. Yeah,
so gives it bloody back.
You know, it definitely had a boat in it. If you want some description of it, it was a bottle and it had a boat in it. Is that enough? Yeah, thanks. It's mine then. Cut that off, right? Yeah. Everything about the program was sort of wrong, really. And then you've got the lovely animation itself, which is absolutely wonderful. We all know the characters. I don't know what it is, but there was something really stuck up and prudish about Professor Yapple and his calm.
Yeah, Mr. Know-it-all. Yeah.
You know what I mean? He goes, wandering around the circle of items of what had just been brought in, and then the little mice would come along and start fixing it all.
Yeah. Not that bad. Heave.
Marvelous that's all I can sort of like remember. And then of course you got a frog that sort of like was a bit disturbing, to be quite honest. Its head kept going up while it was opening his mouth. I was going, what? Right, and is that and it was Madeline, wasn't it?
Madeline the ragdoll, but not to debase this program. There was a porn version of that, wasn't there? About
right, yeah.
Yes, Madeline the slag doll, yeah.
So, and I remember seeing a documentary later on where the studio was the back end of their sort of like farm was their studio, and they showed that it was their daughter that they basically got to do the still photography. of her walking into the store with the item or whatever. It was all done in a lovely black and white and looked like it was done in the 1890s or something like that. And she had the one with Bagpuss with the upside down Bagpuss being held by his tail or something that you used to see with a doily child's clothes on, dress on.
Yeah.
What's your feelings then on? And I'll let you probably talk more about the clangers because I've just talked quite a lot about Bagpuss.
Yeah, Bagpuss. I mean, it was always just a magical program. I just loved it from start to finish. It followed the same formula as what a lot of programs did back then and years before, like Laurel and Hardy. It was like start, middle, and end, same gags. Excuse me, I've got a frog. I've got what's the name of the frog?
You swallowed him, you nasty person.
Yeah, singing now.
I wondered where he went. Go on.
But it was always like you say. It's the Professor Yaffle had always come down off his bookend. Didn't. And it was the same thing every week. And you can imagine when that finished doing the thing, and he'd go, you're going, oh Christ, he's going to sleep. Here we go again.
Yeah.
But it just, it was just the scene. I used to love the pictures because it was like a washed out tinted scene, wasn't it, of Emily at the front window?
Yeah.
I always remember that. And why, I don't know why, it always reminds me of the film that Ian just done not so long ago, a review on The Day the Earth Caught Fire with the tint.
Yeah.
For some reason, it always reminded me of that. But it was the stories I used to like when they used to look over it and then they'd tell a story. And it was like a copy of Finger Bobs, wasn't it, really? If you think about it. Setting it up, telling the story, and then finishing it off. But it was just one of them magical programs. But as you can tell, I'm a big fan of small films. Nice big, the art of small. I absolutely love Oliver Postgate and Peter Firmin, two wonderful gentlemen who brought us such absolutely wonderful productions as kids. We'll never forget them. As I said, I just feel so sorry for the kids now. They haven't got anything like this. And, you talk about the clangers. Who remembers Oliver Postgate's gentle melodic voice as he used to introduce, as I said to you earlier, about talking about things like the firmament, educating kids, even back then, preschoolers about the firmament, space. Yeah. Wonderful productions. Yeah, lovely.
What's your biggest memory of the clangers? Is it sort of like the penny whistle noises, or
the clangers? I used to love things about space and space travel. I always remember them, the little astronauts that used to land, but it never actually stated it was on Earth, did it?
No,
that was on the moon, but it never actually stated that was on Earth. And I remember the singing ringing tree. Do you remember that one with the?
Oh, yeah, but that's a scary thing.
Yeah, the notes on the tree, and there was this bike, wasn't it? They used to go on. I can't remember past that. They used to go on this thing that used to ride them round. What was that now? But I think the main things I remember of the clangers was Oliver Postgate's introduction, and I used to remember the blue stringy pudding. And the volcanic, what's the soup dragon?
Yeah, I must admit the underlying thing that I remember about the clangers, not trying to interrupt you there, was really it was the visuals and the audio, which was very unusual at the time. There was very deep sounds, then there was penny whistle type high pitched sounds. Everything seemed to be scurrying about like they were sort of like mice on the moon or something. They were sort of scurrying. Probably what we're looking at here is they had to do things fast, and it was stop motion. So basically, things were going to be like that. But it gave a sort of like unearthly atmosphere about it anyway, which is exactly what you wanted about the clangers, really, to be quite honest.
But did you notice as well, they used to do an episode that introduced something like the singing ringing tree, and then it had followed in every other episode that introduced something new. Was there something about the chickens as well? A chicken in space.
Ooh.
There was
See,
it like like a metal nest, was it in, or something like? I seem to remember a metal chicken.
I remember them living under the planet type thing and going
Yeah,
into their little holes
with
and all of that
dustbin
sort of
lids,
stuff.
wasn't it? On they used to put on.
Yeah. Which
And
is
then,
what made me think they were on the moon. I thought they were on the moon, to be quite honest.
well, I mean, I was reading up about it. It never actually stated they were on
Never
the moon.
stated it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just said they lived on top or within the moon, within a moon, but they never said it was Earth.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you have to think to yourself and say, well, why would you think it was the moon? Because everything was sort of like purpley and blue and everything, and the moon's grey.
Yeah.
So why you think the closer you got to it, the more it turned purple? I don't know.
And if you
But it
think
was
of
all
the
made
size,
out, it's all made out of wool.
you think of the size of the planet, it used to have like the dustbin lids on top of the planet. It was only like this one small
Yeah,
planet.
it's over the top of the planet. This bloody great big dustbin there. So that's quite good. We got some good memories out of that. Thanks very much, Colin, for that. You get. I bet he's got. So we've got another one here. Look, that he's just about to bring up, and here's another great big massive behemoth of the show. Look, so we've got Noggin the Nog.
Oh,
good God! So we've got so many incarnations that come after Noggin the Nog. It almost started off a regime of huge eras of the BBC children's sort of like network when you come to Ivor the Engine and everything else. But yeah, okay, memories of Noggin the Nog for you there then.
Well, I'm going to be totally honest. All I remember, he was a Viking. And I remember when Oliver Posgate used to introduce it. I've been after it for years on DVD. And as I said, I've just managed to snag it and I shall be watching it as soon as it comes. But that's all I do remember of actually Noggin the Nog. But actually, I want to tell you something about these small films. You know, when you said that you will just remember the BBC.
Yeah.
It's actually their first two productions, Alexander the Mouse, 1958, and The Journey of Master Ho, 58. They were both on ITV. They started a small.
I don't think it surprises me that, because just purely on the basis of I think ITV sort of like, it's not like they commissioned the stuff, they'd buy it. If somebody came in and said, right, we've got a little show and we want to show this in a children's section in the 50s, I can imagine the ITV going, yeah, we're not making anything. If you've got something you want us to broadcast, we'll certainly give you some money to put it in. It'll definitely fill some airtime. With the BBC, it was more let's see what you got then. Yeah, we'll commission that then. We'll commission you to do about 6 episodes of that. Here's some money, go away and do some stuff. It was more a controlled environment, I think, from the BBC. With the ITV was, we'll see what you got. Oh yeah, nothing offensive in that. We'll have it. You know what I mean?
A question for you: Did you think that Ivor the Engine was done by the BBC?
Not done by the BBC, but on a BBC program. It was its home. I always thought of it Ivor the Engine being its home on BBC.
No,
it was on ITV, was it?
Yeah, it started on ITV. The first 26 episodes in black and white was first on ITV, and then it changed to the BBC in colour in 1975 for 40 episodes, and then it was Noggin the Nog that actually followed that.
Right.
But Noggin the Nog, they started off 21 black and white episodes, and that was in 59 to 60. Oh, sorry, that was obviously earlier. Oh no, it was about the same time, wasn't it? Yeah, about the same time. That started in black and white, then went to colour. But all I put down for Noggin was a kind and unassuming king of the Northmen in the Viking Age settlement. Elements of the program included dragons, flying machines, and talking birds. I do seem to remember the flying. Oh God, what was it? One of the flying machines, and Peter Firmin come up with a name, travelling on a London Underground, seeing an Eastern Tube station. So I don't know where we got that Noggin the Nog from that, but
yeah,
I'm looking forward to it.
I think with having an 18-month-old sister, my memory would be like this. I wouldn't remember really too much about Noggin the Nog, and I'd be talking about Ivor the Engine, and she would say, "Oh, before that was Noggin the Nog," and I'd be going, because it's black and white. And as I said that right at the beginning, my memories always seem to be of the TV programs or the children's stuff being in color. I remember certain ones being black and white. And so from that point of view, Ivor the Engine to me is a color production. And as you just said, the first 26 were on another channel in black and white.
Yeah.
I would probably think, if you hadn't have said it there and then, oh, they colorized those and put them on later on and put it at the end or something. And so
yeah, I mean, I've got to be honest, it surprised me when it does surprise you when you're doing a lot of researching into how these things are made. I mean, obviously we know small films, a lot of their stuff was shot like in the barn at the back.
Yeah, like I said, it was a business on the back of their house, basically. Yeah. I can't remember if it's a farm or not, but it's definitely a studio. It's a studio. You went through the gate, and that's where, because I saw a documentary once, and they said this is the gate that we went through, and this is where we filmed everything. You know, in there we invented Bagpuss and all of that sort of stuff. And over here, I remember them showing this off, and they introduced their daughter, who's a now full grown up woman. You know, you go, bloody hellfire. Because in my mind, you're a child forever when you're watching these things, and you're captured in life as a child as well, because I'll never think of you as anything more than that girl with the cat with them being held on by its tail.
It's like the test card, isn't it? It's like that test card, you know. You see her later on, but like
you don't think of her being 83 now, do you? You just go.
Bloody hell. You'd have a shock now, wouldn't you? But Peter Firming's wife used to do all the knitting as well for all the different productions.
Yeah.
You know, it was like a family affair. You know, it's just how, you know, when you look back, they haven't got a lot of money, and you look at the end product of what they do now, what they used to do then compared to what they do now. They've got that much money thrown at them, and it's absolutely right nowadays. And you've got some of the things like we're talking how many years later about these things. You know, you never forget. Brilliant, you know, absolutely brilliant.
Well, we definitely brought up with some classic clangers here on names and all that sort of stuff. I mean, we're going to get a lot more yet. I'm still going down here. I'm still mentioning people's names, and we're at 8:45.
Bloody hell!
There we go. We've got LFC here saying, "Look, I had Chorlton and the Wheelers on VHS as a kid. Lost count on how many shows Cosgrave Hall did." Yeah, now you see,
Cosgrave Hall.
Now we're starting to get another thing that's being brought up. Cosgrove Hall. Absolutely fantastic studio. Cosgrove Hall did absolutely lovely stuff for kids. Let me think. Cosgrove Hall, did they do Trapdoor?
Yeah, I think so. And that one, Count Duckula.
Yeah.
They done that one.
They even slipped into my computer game history, because I remember seeing Trapdoor as a computer game with Boney and everything. Huge, massive characters on the screen. On the Spectrum version, at least, it didn't work very well on the Commodore 64 as much.
No, it slowed down. Yeah, well,
the characterization was there, and it was almost like, well, I'm controlling Boney and Burke and all of this. You know what I mean? All around this big environment. You know, later on I'd see things like Popeye and that do sort of similar things. But Cosgrove Hall, I mean, massive things. They were Danger Mouse as well, weren't they?
Danger Mouse, yeah.
Danger Mouse was a big thing for me. But that again, we're not talking that at this exact minute, because that was not lunchtime watch with mother stuff.
But saying that, they did do the Magic Ball, what I'm watching now. That was another one of their fantastic productions.
Yeah.
You know, again, story set up. He talks to his Aunt Mill, then the Magic Ball takes him on an adventure. Every time he comes to finish the adventure, I'd always say, "Where you been?" And he say, "Oh, nowhere much." And that was like the end line to finish off. Would you believe Cosgrove Hall Rainbow? They used to do all the animated sequences between 72 and 76.
All right, yeah.
I never knew that. Chorlton and the Wheelies, the Kenny Everett video show.
Yeah, because they would have done Captain Kremen, wouldn't they?
That's right, yeah. Captain Kremen, yeah. Cockleshell Bay, Danger Mouse. The Wind in the Willows, Count Duckula.
Wind in the Willows was a big one, and they did tend to like the same voice actors because it was David Jason then, wasn't it? Doing an awful lot of the voices of the, especially Danger Mouse, because that was Terry Scott as well, wasn't it? As a Penfold.
Yeah. Yeah.
Penfold.
That's coming out soon. I'm going to get that one as well.
Yeah. Again, me thinking there were millions and millions of episodes. Again, not so.
No.
You know what I mean? Again, a more mid to late 70s show for me. 77, 78. I always seem to think of Danger Mouse. Maybe I'm wrong. Could be early 80s, but I always think end of the 70s for Danger Mouse for some reason. And that's without me even looking. Do you know a date for Danger Mouse? Start then.
I can find out. 1 sec. 81 to 92. There
you are. So it's amazing it ran that many years. And I did say late 70s, probably early 80s.
10 series.
It was early 80s. 10 series.
10 series, 89 episodes, running time between 5 and 22 minutes. So, okay.
Yeah, because I think later on it turned into a longer stuff. But for me, it was always the short episodes. And it was always David Jason at the beginning going, London, or something like this, in a sort of booming voice.
But they're saying that season 8 only had 2 episodes in it. The way they used to do episodes back then was
really weird.
But you're right. But again, Danger Mouse had one of them theme musics. You just never forget.
Oh, yeah. He's the greatest, yeah. Wherever there is danger, he'll be there. Danger Mouse. Yeah, I mean, and that Bob that goes.
Yeah. And then Baron Greenback was in Cimarroni.
Cimarroni. Anyway, so we got LFC saying rhubarb and custard. Now, would you consider rhubarb and custard to be part of this, or is that again a biggie?
I seem to remember that of a tea time. That one.
Yeah, I think it's a tea time thing. Personally, rhubarb and custard.
I remember it because it was like that like wobbly stuff, wasn't it?
Oh yeah. Definitely an art style based on books. So was it? Got his name now. Jesus, famous as well. But I can see it now with the cat as well. Custard, little bastard the cat was to that poor rhubarb. Anyway, we'll come back to that. We'll probably have some more memories. Colin says Itsy and Bitsy. Yeah, I remember Itsy and Bitsy.
Was that paper play?
Yeah, I think it was.
With
they spiders. Itsy and Bitsy.
Itsy and Bitsy. I think that's. I might be wrong. I mean, I think it's
in similar vein of the hands. Spiders they were. I'm pretty sure of it. So actually, he comes in here. I think he answers it here. Look, it says, "Look, paper play." So yeah, we're heading into territory that is definitely within our ballpark here, Colin. Thank you very much for the all of the big hitters that are coming up now at the moment. LFC says, since I was born in the 90s, I grew up with play days, which you lot know it as play school. Yes.
Oh yeah, it changed its name, didn't it?
You see, play school was always something that I'll always think fondly of, even though, to be quite honest, it was very simplistic. You saw the house, and all it was just a drawn squared house. The camera panned in. It didn't move or anything. You'd see the windows being drawn, and that was pretty much it, right? And inside, when you're inside the house, was just a blank studio, really, with blocks for you to sit on. There's some little toys in the corner that they suddenly gave names like Teddy Edward, Humpty Dumpty, and all of this sort of stuff. That apparently the ensemble children broadcasters love to drop kick at every convenient moment they can get hold of. And it was all about shapes and numbers, like Sesame Street was which is famous for the Americans. It was all numbers, squares, circles. Is everything through the round window, the square window, the whatever window, right? God help them if they ever went in and did this from a church, because it'd be, which stained glass window are we going to go through today? Well, we'll go through the Christ one.
Oh God, yeah. But
you can imagine it being a religious thing, couldn't you?
I mean, it's something I don't know whether to admit to this, but I always remember me nan. When I used to go around my nan's, I mean, my nan would always say, "Oh, play school's on." You know, if I was getting older, I mean, thinking, "Oh, I don't know what's that now." And I was used to say to me mate, "Me nan let me never grow up." You know what your nans were like; they never let you grow up, did they? And that's I say to me mate, I know it's embarrassing, but if we walk into my nan's and this is all play school's on, I just think I'm still that 5-year-old that I used to be.
Yeah.
You know, they never used to let you grow up at the book. Did I think about it though? I'd watch it now if it was on. But
I think this is something that's true as well, because my sister was 18 months older than me. I remember loving play school, and she was saying, "Can't wait." And I remember her saying, "I can't wait for this rubbish to get away because playaways after it is on afterward." Right?
Which was
and it only took about a year for me to actually turn around and go, yeah, for myself to turn around and say, yeah, get rid of this nonsense. We want Brian Kent. Come on, we want the songs and all of this. Play away. So it's almost like in tandem with me. I'm pretty sure my sister would have loved play school, but within a year she'd have been going, oh no, it's play away now. That's what I want. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm only watching this nonsense so I can get to play away. I loved play school, and it was about a year before I was going, oh yeah, don't want that nonsense anymore. I want Brian Kent to, to sing a song and everything, in play away. You know what I mean? He even had the catchier tune. You know what I mean? So
yes,
go figure.
There's it's put a program into my head now. A handful of songs that used to be on dinner time. I've got a handful of songs to sing you. Up a voice when it longs to bring you.
Yeah. Oh, I remember that.
Good God, that's just come. And there was it was like a married couple, wasn't it? They used to sit next to each other playing the.
Very 70s. I can imagine them sort of like, I don't know what it is, but I can imagine them with dungarees with braces on. Very very much like those children stereotypical things where they were, like. Floella Benjamin was a well-known actress that was in these BBC productions for Play Away and Play School and all that sort of stuff. Quite rightly, she's gotten the honor that she needs to, because she does a lot of stuff for charity, and she's recently been given an award for a Lifetime Achievement Award. But what I'm trying to say is that she would be dressed up in either jeans that were red or green or blue with a sort of like stripy top, or they'd be in dresses that were quite conservative, or non-distinct sort of stuff.
Basically,
or it'd be dungarees with stripes, which is sort of like, I always seem to think of ITV when I think about these things. It's like I don't know why it's just me, but it's like, yeah, everything was a stripy top with dungarees with straps that go over your shoulders and everything.
That might have been the BBC though, Del. You know what that was like, because it was preschool, cover all the flesh up. You can't show any flesh. But Floella Benjamin, I always remember Floella Benjamin, but I always used to remember about them braids in her hair.
Yeah.
Braids in her hair. And I mean, you still see today. I mean, my other half, Marilyn, she has all the braids and everything.
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, again, I shouldn't say. I always nickname her Floella. So you bloody call me Floella.
Oh, bloody hell. Jesus.
It always reminds me, of Floella. My Madeline does. But
it's funny because I live in a small. This is the other thing that I have that's great about having a discussion like this. I lived in a small town in the Midlands. Now, someone like you, I think, lived closer to a city. You're closer to Birmingham, aren't you?
No, I'm actually between Walsall and Wolverhampton, between the middle of them.
So what I'm trying to say is, for me to get to a city would be traveling 20 miles north or 20 miles south, right? Yeah. For you, it's a hop, skip, and a jump, and you're in the city centre, right? So even though I went to a public school, and there were all sorts of different races and colours and creeds and everything, I don't remember really any adult being Rastafarian or West Indian in nature and all of that sort of stuff. So my introduction to all of that was Floella Benjamin. Quite honest.
Yeah.
And that's what I was trying to bring across, just how influential she is. I didn't bat an eyelid at the colour because I was going to public school and I'd been introduced to all of that, that there were people of all creeds and colours and all that stuff. Which is why I don't like this wokeness that's around there. You have to reiterate that all this sort of stuff. I knew it, right? And I knew what was right or wrong. But what I'm trying to get at is she was an authoritative figure, and I would not have batted an eyelid if she slapped my hand if I'd have said something naughty. She was respected and known as an adult.
Exactly. I mean, to be funny, it was like the sort of situation with Lenny Henry to begin with. I mean, he come up in like through the 70s. We used to watch. I mean, was probably. It was a dinner time program, so
the Fosters and everything, isn't it, with him? And
but then he went the other way and started to go woke, and I lost a lot of respect for him. Where I've never lost it for Floella. But like you say, nobody ever batted eyelid. Nobody ever thought about it, but obviously it's got to be brought up now.
It's like you've got to tell people. I'm going, discover it yourself, like we did. We never really thought of it like that. It's an authoritative figure that was teaching me about squares and circles and stuff. I must admit, for years and years and years, I thought Johnny Ball was a bloody mathematician whiz, and
exactly.
He's the type of person that would have done countdown later on, but actually he's just a normal.
He just reads off a bloody script.
Teleprompter, and he was there telling me about Pythagoras theorem in a fun way, and.
But there again, he could put it across that you'd want to watch it. You know what I mean? And she was exactly the same. You was playing. Well, a lot of it, not just her, like all the house. You was playing with them, wasn't you? What they was doing, you was playing with them.
Yeah.
So there was an interaction without being an interaction in a way.
I mean, we're gonna talk a lot about Johnny Ball in probably a second episode because it's not with Watch with Mother. But I do remember a conversation going, I wish Johnny Ball was in our house because we're doing maths now and my mum's no good at fractions. But yeah, why can't my dad be Johnny? It must be lovely living in the Johnny Ball house. You can imagine being the son or a daughter of Johnny Ball. Say, Dad, come over here and help me with this bloody ratio question here. Look, because I mean, you do your own TV show. You can come over here and help me, right? Because I'm stuck on this one, right? You can imagine it, can't you? Really, but. No, I don't even remember my mum and dad actually helping me with homework. I think it was quite easy for me to fool them into going, I'm going to need a computer, Mum. Oh yeah, all right, we'll go and get one for Christmas. You know what I mean? Because it was like, hey, I think we steered away from a bullet here, love. Look, because we can now say the computer can help him with his maths and everything. We just need to go and get a tape from the shop. Tell him to go upstairs and load that. You know what I mean? Because I'm pretty sure a lot of families were thinking this, going, "Oh, well, if it's going to help them with schoolwork, Then they're going, and when they get off to bed, they go, "I think we've dodged a bullet. I thought we're going to have to teach them flipping ratios and long division. I can't do it with bloody self."
And there was us playing.
I can imagine in 5 years' time they're going to be coming up and asking me, "How do you work out the circumference of a circle?" And you're going to go, "How do I know?"
No, I never got that past me dad. My dad knew I wanted to buy for games.
I knew that, but I think what I'm saying is I think they did a sigh of relief knowing there was educational software out there. Don't get me wrong, but it's also like, thank God, because if he's going to start coming up to me about history and stuff or anything to do with maths, I'll say go upstairs and use that computer that you badgered me for to do your homework with. That'd be the excuse, you see. Say, what did I bloody buy it for then?
Games.
Yeah. There you'd be going up the wooden hill to fairyland, going, well, I've got to go upstairs now, try and learn. They've got to load that educational shit on my computer.
And they've got the bloody internet now, do they?
Anyway, this isn't Watch with Mother, is it? Let's move on a little bit here. Look, Ian says, in the 60s, the memories of Watch with Mother are not good. It was preschool TV. Andy Pandy, Muffin the Mule, Bill and Ben, and Tales from the Riverbank. I wasn't that keen. Did not like them. Yeah, I can imagine it. I think, for me, it's nice that Watch with Mother, for us, turned into what it did for the 70s, is what I'm trying to get at. Yeah. I do think could just imagine being a kid in the 60s and having to have this old woman there with a puppet Dalmatian teaching me how to make magic lanterns out of paper and stuff. How absolutely dull, boring it is. Because when I grew up in the 70s, it's people with glove puppets and all sorts of stuff teaching me how to do all this. We got this stuff. Now, ladies and gentlemen, little girls and boys, you need to fold it in half. What do I mean by folding it in half? It means that you get the paper and you feel it, that long end edge there, and it's got to touch the long end edge in there, and we'll just do that. Now, where's that ruler? Oh, there's the little doggy with the ruler. Hello, doggy.
And there's me now going, special paper, special paper.
Right, Eve, yeah, there's my special paper. You know the one where I was fat when I smoked later on. No, hang on. What I'm trying to say is that even Blue Peter wasn't that stuffy. You know what I mean? This really was stuffy. Do you know what I mean? And I can imagine what it must have been like as a child in the 50s and 60s. Where do you get coloured paper from? And
oh God,
who's got the scissors? Can I have them? So you bloody well and having this. My mum didn't let me anywhere near scissors, not until I was a certain age. So you want the scissors? Tough luck. Wait for another year before you start using them. There was no such thing as less sharp scissors, special ones for kids that can't.
But you're right though. Where did you get all this coloured paper from?
Yeah, you just pop down the shops and get a ream of it.
Just go down to Staples. Oh shit, it's the 1970s. Where
there are no Staples in the 70s.
But it was like when you wanted to do a spaceship. How long are you going to have that washing up liquid bottle for?
Yeah, we always have that joke, don't we? I want that washing up bottle, but it seems to be taking ages for me to get it. But it was always, to me, it was like, where the hell do you get sticky back plastic from?
Yeah, exactly.
My dad would turn around and say, I know, can't find lino anywhere, let alone sticky back plastic. I remember, I think whenever I wanted something like that, I had to go into school and ask the teacher, can I buy some? Because we didn't know where to get it from.
No.
See, all they had to do was phone up a company, give them a catalogue number, and they had sticky back plastic coming left, right, and centre for them. For us, it was like if you didn't have a W.H. Smith, you were shit out of luck. And then how the hell were you going to build Tracy Island if you didn't have sticky back plastic? So that was me shit out of luck.
And if you did have it, you'd say, hey, bloody much. The price of the bloody stuff.
Yeah, that's right. It'll cost you the price of the Airfix model that you were trying to avoid buying.
You'd end up with, leaving one kidney at the bloody shop, just for a piece of bloody paper or sticky back plastic.
I am digressing here, but it is quite good. Where did you get the money? Where did our parents get the money from? I mean, there was 3-day weeks and bloody electric going off left, right, and centre during all this period, and they wanted us to go off and get sticky back plastic from somewhere. Where the hell's that from?
Well, it's all part of the memories of the time, isn't it?
It must have been very hard for my mum. Ian, you're dead on, really. I think when it comes to Watch with Mother, it's very much a different part of the time. I think if I mean, we say jokingly, that when it comes to age, you're in that era where you were a little bit more adult orientated in the 60s. For me, I wasn't born until the end of the 60s. And so my growing up was the 70s. So in the 70s, you were going off to work, and in the 70s, I was going to school. So it was an exciting period for me because school, therefore, was in colour, and everything on TV I was watching was in colour. For you were watching stuffy old women telling you how to fold paper in half and all this sort of stuff with stringy Dalmatian bloody dogs and shit. We had much more glove puppeted stop motion photography stuff. Do you know what I mean? Tales from the Riverbank. I'm pretty sure those used actual real animals, and they just basically filmed them and
just
with a lot of grass and that all over them. And they just hoped that they'd catch a bit where the head would go like that from that like that or something.
Well, I've got to admit though, I mean, you look back at how stuffy the BBC was. How on earth did they get that phrase past, muffin the mule?
Oh, I know.
it's I mean, obviously, I spelled the word muffin. They never realised it in that context back then. But
Yeah.
you know, you look at it now and you're just thinking, you know, some of these things that they must have got loud past them in the days, as I said.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's that top brass up there that goes, didn't they went to their big, huge private education school, and muffin wouldn't have even have been a word to bat an eyelid at. Oh, right, you know, because they had people that was being taught around them that had names like Horace Whistle and things like that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So
yeah,
you know what I mean. So muffin didn't mean nothing to them. You know what I mean?
well, all I can say, the mule always used to be happy, always skipping about, so it must have been so.
Anyway, we're having too much fun here. We're going down, and we get to LFC Gamers. And another cartoon I loved as a kid was Stop It and Tidy Up, narrated by the great Terry Wogan. Came out in the late 80s, but repeated through the 90s. Just about remember it because you mentioned Terry Wogan. But it was at this particular time, I was now gone past YTS at work, and I was heading into working for the bank. So this is a time now where Stop It and Tidy Up would have been, I thought, the back end of at best if I was off ill or whatever. And you'd have to be bloody lucky to pick it up. The 90s, I probably wasn't looking at all at children's TV. Really? No. Definitely not preschool anyway.
I did through the
This is what I like about LFC and that coming on, because as much as I'm saying that, he's offering his children's TV live, which, just like Ian has just turned around and said about Watch with Mother, where he was growing up in the 60s and going to work in the 70s, and we were watching children's TV in the 70s and we were going to work in the 80s. This is a person that was growing up watching children's TV in the 90s and going to work in the 2000s. So this is where we're getting stuff like Stop It and Tidy Up showing up. And we're going, it's nice to know that at least it was there for you, NFC, because I tell you what, you've got nothing now. There is children's TV.
Well, I'll write this down myself. I'm going to check that one out later myself. Because I never knew about that one. But I was like you, I was starting work. And it was very difficult to watch the telly, like it is now, really.
Oh, yeah. So then we've got Cy Robson. Can anyone remember when BBC Two on weekdays during school time was 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. school programs?
What?
Well, yeah, it was the Open University plus the children's information stuff. It's where we get that look. I mean, if you've ever watched Mainmeister's channel, you'll see that there's a picture of his face with a clock ticking down. This is where children's TV would have their little symbol in the center, and the clock would tick down 60 seconds before you get to Picture Box or How We Used to Live and all of that sort of stuff. And we have it on our YouTube introduction stuff on so many things, because that's our childhood. That's how programs came on, with the clock.
That's right, yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's there. It's embedded in us. Do you know what I'm saying? So I do remember it, Si, very vividly. And it's also parodied in a lot of comedies like Only Fools and Horses, because Grandad would be sitting in front of those two TVs he's got, one that's in color and one that's in black and white, one where the sound doesn't work and the one that the sound does work. He's there listening to Open University. You can hear the broadcaster going, yes, and the radiation goes through this cardboard and goes through, and you can see Grandad there going on it, looking at it, and I'm going, that's Open University he's watching there, because they used to do all the high advanced mathematics shows and stuff on those sort of things. But to me, it was always How We Used to Live and Picture Box. You know, they're the things that I remember. I even remember that music now, that stupid dual picture box that went round with that carousel music from a fair, which it was a bit eerie.
It was, wasn't it, though?
A bit eerie.
Bit spooky.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It wasn't exactly like done in a nice way where you go to the fair and with your parents, and there's the hooker duck and stuff. It was definitely a weird time for that. Yeah. How We Used to Live was weird, wasn't it? Because I even remember the music to that. It was sort of like oboe-ish.
Yeah, I was going to say trombone and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
it's more a woodwind oboe type thing, if I remember rightly. And then it was reenactments because it started off with still photography showing like the war and all of this sort of stuff, you know, like, and then it would be enactments of the houses and stuff, you know, and you'd see. I always used to think their houses looked incredibly huge, the rooms, but sparse. It's almost like it's almost like you'd have to be 12 foot or something to touch the ceiling, right? Of these houses in the during war times.
Yeah.
But they had no furniture around because no bugger could afford to actually.
But that was another thing now. When you talk about interaction, when I used to watch that when I was off sick from school,
Yeah.
my nan used to talk about them times as well. So it was like fitting in with the program. It was brilliant times, mate. Yeah, you know, you just don't get this anymore.
So the thing I picked up about how we used to live was more about what the hell is she wearing? And why is it that they've got a table and it's got a cloth over it, and yet I can see the edges of the table and it looks like it's woodwormed, like it looks like it's almost going to fall to bits. And why is it that I can see the roofs of these houses, you know, the ceilings of these houses, but it seems like it's a miles away from the owner's head. It's almost like you'd have to be 13 foot tall, you know, to be able to touch the damn thing. You'd hate to think about how to change the lights or anything in these things. And then you'd learn later on, oh, bloody hell, they had candles. Shit. That's how they lit up the houses, was candles, bloody hell, gas or whatever it was. Great stuff. I learned an awful lot of stuff on there. So it's brilliant. Thanks, Si, because we have to remember that as much as we love Watch with Mother and the children's TV, we also used to love the being educational part of television. And I always remember we having the teacher wheel in the television to watch these programs. You know, there would be this great big massive TV on wheels carted in, and I remember the two teachers that would be there saying, "Where's the batteries?" Oh yeah. Because I remember now I can hear what they were saying, right? In my head, I know what they were talking about. I didn't know what they were talking about. I thought they were talking about what program are they going to let we're going to watch this. No, they were going, who nicked the bloody batteries out of it? Look, we got to go and find the batteries. Look, and I'll talk to the kids while you go and find them. They're bound sure to be in the rec room. You know what the other teachers are like. They nicked them out of it to do something else with it or something. I can imagine because they were normal human beings. The teachers, they had their normal lives. You know, it must have been awful, even if you were sitting in front of like 4 and 5 year olds, that you had to fill the air with sound. Because what are you going to say when the bloody batteries are gone? You know that this woman's going to have to go off, or bloke, for 5 or 10 minutes scouting around for batteries, and you've got to fill the time up. If, yes, boys and girls, settle down. Yeah, you at the back.
Yeah,
drop your bleeding legs. Right, and all this sort of stuff, right? He's got to do that for 10 minutes while, you know, wandering off looking for batteries. You know what I mean? But anyway, nice memories of TVs being wheeled in and all of that sort of stuff. That's great. Colin says, I used to set the timer on our first VHS recorder to take BBC Two school programs. Did you really? I don't think I ever set the VHS recorder to record BBC Two school programs. But I do remember setting the video recorder to record, for some unknown reason. I remember I had to set in the recorder for Crown Court and General Hospital, and I might record Pitkins. But you got to remember that I got our video recorder in about 1980, 81. Pitkins would have been towards its end.
Yeah, 82, that finished, yeah.
Yeah, so it would have been nostalgic reasons to really record that. I don't remember ever thinking, oh, I'm going to miss how we used to live. I'm going to record that. I don't think I ever thought about that. But I do know that my mum used to like General Hospital. I used to be engrossed in Crown Court. I don't know why. I mean, I work for the Ministry of Justice now. But I think that's just coincidence. Crown Court to me was like brilliant. There was a woman barrister and there was, lawyer, and there was a bloke lawyer, and they were going, yes, my learned friend really needs to sit on her ass while I tell you now that this bloke here. Where were you on the 9 o'clock at the? It says here in your statement that.
Yeah, I always just like to
I love
watch
all that.
the last episode with a verdict. That's for some reason.
Yeah, because it was always in 3 episodes.
Yeah.
I think 2 was if they didn't have much of a story. Usually it was 3 stories. You'd have the introduction in the middle, and then the third one was the deliberation and the end. They were quite high up stories as well. Things like activists blowing up a fur factory or something, and the two that were there were the obvious ones that had planted the bomb, because they wrote a letter a week beforehand saying how absurd it was that people were wearing fur in this day and age, and that it looked better on the animal and all of this sort of stuff. And all they wanted to know was who set the bomb off, because it injured somebody and half their arms been taken away or something. So they needed to prosecute someone. And then you found out it was actually the bloody person who was the cleaner of the plant or something. He got all the chemicals together and blew it up or something because he wasn't very happy about his pay or something for his cleaning.
It's not the end of Scooby-Doo. I knew it was him.
Nothing to do with activists at all. But anyway, that's a nice, interesting thing. I don't really think about recording Open University ever. No,
I never.
Did you? No.
I don't think we had Air Top Loader until '82.
Yeah,
at least. And
Open University would have been on then. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Do you ever remember recording? I might have recorded it by accident.
I never remember. Well, the only thing I remember about the Open University when they come on was the theme tune, that little what's the name they're done. But the school programs, it was like Stop, Look and Listen, Maths in a Box, Magic Grandad, and all them. Oh God! Yeah. No, I remember them.
Anyway, that's good. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying I don't remember doing it myself.
Now I don't.
One not mentioned yet, the Wooden Tops. We haven't mentioned the Wooden Tops. It's well known. It's definitely a banger of a show. The Wooden Tops.
26 episodes produced between 55 and 56, repeated to 73. The aim of the program was to teach preschool children about family life. So,
yeah.
They lived on a farm.
Didn't they all? Yeah.
And some of the names get me. Spotty the dog, Mrs. Scrubbit helps Mrs. Wood.
Scrubbit, Jesus.
And Sam Scrubbit helps Daddy Wooden Tops with animals. And they had Buttercup the cow.
That's terrible.
Oh dear. It was Daddy, Mommy, Jenny, and Willie, and Baby, and Spotty the dog.
It's always Spotty the dog. Even if he didn't have spots, it was Spotty the dog, wasn't it? We're called Rex. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway. Mainmeister, it's nice to have got Alan here. Look, he's got Mr. Men on a Saturday morning before Tiswas or multicoloured swap shop. Even as an adult, I enjoyed Mr. Men. Yeah. I mean, my Mr. Men was during the weekday, I have to say, but they did repeat them on a Saturday, and they did have stuff before Tiswas and the multicoloured swap shop to be for sure on that. But Mr. Men to me would always have been in that 12 to 1 o'clock slot. You know, and obviously, as soon as I saw the animated show that was narrated by Denny
Arthur Lowe,
exactly. I wanted the books. All of a sudden, I'm pretty sure. In fact, actually, thinking back, my collection days might have started because of that stupid damn program. Because as soon as I'd seen an episode of it, I wanted a book on it. And they came in these white little books.
I remember them.
Books.
Yeah, I
and there were hundreds of them. Mr. Tickle, Mr. Strong, Mr. Bump, Mr. whatever bastards, right? Going along like this. And I wanted a shelf where I could put them all in, you know. And they weren't that expensive, but they were for my mum back then. Even if they were like 50 pence each, back then that was like, whoa, equivalent of my mum taking a fiver out of her purse or something and buying something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but I just loved it. And it was like it's almost like, because I'd seen the TV program and heard this nice man narrate a story, I had his voice in my head when I was reading the book. And that's the reason why I wanted the book. It wasn't for any other reason other than I've got a hard copy of something I've just watched on TV. You see what I mean? That's the reason why I think I wanted the book.
I mean, he used to narrate it beautifully. He used to do all the voices. I mean, it's again, it was the narration really that made the program. But I don't know which particular ones you remember the most. I remember Mr. Happy because that was the very first one.
Yeah,
but the one that was, there's a couple that stick out in my mind is Mr. Greedy, who visits the giant. I mean, it was about morals, wasn't it? Really, about being greedy.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's a moral story thing.
And he made him eat all the plate. He made him ill. And Mr. Noisy, I'd like a piece of meat. And
I think it was the weird look of the characters. So Mr. Tickle with his long arms and Mr. Strong, Mr. Bump with the bandages around him. I mean, that instantly comes to mind because he kept banging into things. He had to have bandages everywhere. Yeah. Mr. Strong was square, I think, and he was sort of like.
That's right, just square. And you had Mr. Messy, which was all like a squiggly line, wasn't it? Like spaghetti.
And it was that sort of thing where I could actually easily recognize the character by the characteristic of the actual drawing of it. So you can imagine Mr. Tickle, you had to have long arms to tickle people.
Yeah, that's right. So
there was this weird character with his long arms. Going to tickle you. So instantly I thought, what a great character that is. Look, it looks great. You know what I mean?
I mean, I've not long finished watching the whole lot of it on disc. I'm just brilliant.
How many of those were there?
Oh, I must soon tell you. Off the top of my head, 28.
28 episodes of Mr. Men, yeah?
Yeah, 28 classics.
That's the original Arthur Lowe stuff. They did bring it back, didn't they? Mr. and Mrs. Men and all this.
Yeah, I didn't bother with that one.
No.
Got no interest.
It's just that if you look at the picture, I've got the Mr. Men in the background there, and you can see it's mixed with the Mrs.
That's right, yeah.
And I'm looking at some of the characters, and I'm thinking that must be later on, look, because I don't remember many of them having teeth. They just had smiles.
That's right.
And the line would move like
that's
this,
just one line
rather than the mouth opening. And yet there's one that I can do there. Look, the biggest choppers that you can have, look, right next to my arm. Look, see them gnashers, right? That wouldn't have happened in the Mr. Men that I remember. So there she is, blue with the bloody great big gnashers. So it was always Mr. Men. Again, I didn't think anything about why isn't my sister getting a Mrs. program? Why aren't there more girls in it? I never thought along those lines.
Nobody ever did, people overthink everything now,
Yeah, I think so. But that was a nice memory to bring back to us, Alan. Thank you very much. Yeah. We've even got Tiswas and Swap Shop listed in there. And of course, that again is more about the big boy and big girl TV stuff that was being more incorporated with talking for another time, rather than this preschool stuff.
Yeah.
Although I'm pretty sure there would be 4 or 5 year olds that have been watching the Phantom Flan Flinger every Saturday and the bucket of water's being chucked over kiddies in cages and stuff. I'm sure that they were loving it.
I mean, just I haven't said part of it, but did you ever find out who the Phantom Flan Flinger was?
You know what? I don't think they ever did.
He was a Birmingham taxi driver.
Was he? Yeah, but they reveal him as being a
it's now in fact he was a Birmingham taxi driver. He used to drop off from one of his runs, and then he'd go into the studio, put his thing on, do his thing, and bugger off again.
And they revealed at the end of Tiswas, by the way, the secret identity of the Phantom Flan Flinger is this. That's what they did, didn't they?
No, it's just a known thing that he
Oh, it's
turned
just a
out.
known thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's just that I thought that they'd actually did a big reveal in Tiswas.
No, it's just a known thing around these parts, like Birmingham.
Oh, right.
Yeah. They knew it was the taxi driver. It's known amongst all the taxi drivers and ranks. It was a chap who used to do it for them. Yeah.
Again, I can imagine Cosgrove Hall doing the animation of the Phantom Pamphlet because he was an animated character as well.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, he had a hat and all that sort of stuff and a mask and
It was in their style of animation as well.
And in the style of animation, that's right, because it was all jelly and wobbly and all this sort of stuff. You know what I mean? So, and I remember the dying fly later on and all of that sort of stuff. The bucket of water song and all of this. But that's again another time. I mean, it's definitely something I think we're going to have to do. We're moving on. NFC used to love these school programs back in primary. Our teacher would wheel the TV into the class, watching stuff like Words and Pictures. Words and Pictures. Now, have we had that one brought up? Yeah.
No, it was It was named Wordy, wasn't it? And he used to have. It was like he had this keyboard all of letters and keyboard.
Yeah.
But it used to freak me out as well. It was like super. Like he used to use in Doctor Who CSO and the chroma separate overlay or something like that.
Yeah, I think one of the ones that freaked me out as well later on was Jigsaw.
Yes,
that freaked me out. A talking jigsaw piece.
Yeah.
Because that was a great big massive thing, and then they just drew a face in the center of it and animated that while this thing stayed static. Weird. Yeah. And of course we've covered the memory of wheeling the TV and everything, and it's amazing that they were doing that as well, even in the 90s and late 80s for you, LFC. So yeah, fantastic. Now we got some really heavy hitters now coming up, courtesy of Colin again, right? You can imagine what we're going to be talking about now, right? Here we go. So Colin's next statement is Trumpton, Campbell-Wick Green and Chigley. Bloody hell. Over to you for about 10 minutes while you chat about this. Sorry.
I can't remember bloody everything.
I'll have my can of Coke and sort of like sit back while you reminisce about
basically, I can't remember which one. What was the one with the train now? Was it Trumpton or Campbell-Wick?
Yeah.
And I ride on a footplate there and back again. I used to wonder where they always used to go, like them cotton wool smoke, wasn't it? Chigley was the one at the end where they used to have a dance after they finished work. The only time I bloody dance when I finish work is when I've actually bloody finished work. I don't know about going having a dance. But they're
always doing some sort of waltz round and round.
That's right. Yeah. Hang on a minute. See if I can bloody... Oh, I got it up there. Yeah,
even now, I tell a joke that bloody butler that went to pick up the bloody phone to say where
was that bleeding corridor?
The answer, in modern day, the answer machine would have picked up, told you exactly what he was gone for the day and shut down about 50 by the time that he got to that phone.
I know.
And the poor sod at the other end, come and pick up the bloody phone, will you? And he's still there plodding along getting this phone. I mean, no wonder mobile phones occurred. Because I'll tell you what, the first mobile phone I'd ever give was that bloody butler, because just to speed the damn thing up.
Now, which one was the one with the music box that turned around and used to open up with all the triangles?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Campbell-Wick Green.
Yeah, I think that was and it used to highlight that was Windy Miller, wasn't it? The one with Windy Miller in.
Yeah.
And Windy Miller.
We all have memories. I mean, I remember the character that used to sort of like wind this thing up and the words.
Yeah.
You see, and it was going.
It's like the narration, wasn't it? Used to turn that. What was the lady that always used to gossip as well? Mrs. I've got to find that because it's going to bug me else. Mrs. Begin with C.
Oh yeah, I bet it would. I can think of a few words beginning with C that you'd call her now.
I know. Mrs. Oh, that was the one. Yeah, Campbell-Wick Green was the one where they turned it. That's right.
Yeah. Trumpton and Pew Pew, Ballymacrew,
Tough at Dibble Grub.
Yeah.
Windy Miller, Dr. Mop.
Dr. Mop.
Dr. Mop. God knows why they called him Mop. Mr. Carraway, who was the fishmonger.
All right, yeah. Who was the baker?
The baker. Hang on, I'm going down. Mrs. Dingle, the postmistress.
Yeah.
Mr. Mickey Murphy, the
you know what? Mrs. Dingle, she went to prison, didn't she? Because she was done for taking all the money, and the government wouldn't step in. And apparently, it was all to do with Horizon Software later on. That's what I heard.
Well, that was in one of their remakes.
Poor old woman in the poster. Poor old woman in the poster. All she wanted to do was sell some cakes, and she got done for embezzlement. Anyway, carry on. That's the modern version for you, kiddies.
Mrs. Murphy, the baker's wife, the baker. Police Constable McGarry, PC McGarry, number 452. Mrs. Honeyman. Mrs.
Honeyman.
Yeah.
I don't remember that. Mrs. Honeyman.
A housewife who is the main vehicle of the village gossip. She appears in every episode, also makes a minor background appearance in Trumpton. I remember that name, Mrs. Honeyman.
Yeah.
Mr. Tripp, the milkman. Mr. Tripp, bloody hell. Dr.
Everybody's got their memories. For me, it's all to do with sound and vision.
Yeah.
I mean, who can not remember the noise of Windy Miller's bloody mill platform, you know, with those rings going around? Yeah, you know what I mean? Everybody, and yet you walk, you know, if you ever went into the countryside and you saw them, they don't make that bloody noise. I can tell you that now. Really disappointing. You think they all make that noise?
And that fire engine as well. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Everybody time. Ding,
I always think that Colin goes into work, you know, singing "Time Flies By" when I'm a driver of a train. I keep thinking that's his ringtone or something. I don't know why. It's just that he mentions he's a train driver, and I just think to myself he's the same one that's in bloody Trumpton and Camberwick Green. And that, you know, so
we drive light rail, just trams, so they tell you train. That's
so you know what I mean? It's like I put real life things to these things, and I just think every time I think of Colin and trains, I think of Camberwick Green.
So Camberwick
Green, over the engine or anything.
Oh, hang on. Camberwick Green opened up with the box. And what was the one with the town hall when them things used to come up and the things used to come out and the clock?
Oh, right. Yeah. Monkey that was with symbols.
They used to open up the lot. There was two canopies. They used to fascinate me, them things on. They used to come up and these men had come out and they'd come together and they'd clatter the things, hadn't they?
That's right. It was the statues on a clock.
That's right. That was that Trumpton?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure of it.
But
what I always liked, and it only just comes to light now, is I used to love these boxes, right? They showed the musical boxes or whatever it was that was there. And they had such lovely, intricate designs on the top when they opened up and then closed. It was like they were like triangles. And when they swiveled around, they all interlocked and made a top. And you're going, oh, look at that! All makes all those triangles. And when it opened up, it was like, oh, how weird is that? Look, it opens up and it sort of like does this.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you know what I mean? It's like I used to love all that.
But I don't know how I forgot about them towers because I always used to look forward to watching them when they used to come.
Yeah, you used to look at the clock and there was the doing the movements on the in front of the clock. And then they'd face each other and then bang whatever it is and then go round. And
That's right. One held a symbol and the other one banged it, didn't it? If that's right.
Yeah. And I always remember with the bloke on the train, he always had some sort of like pickup arm thing that he had to pull something out of the water because it fell off the bridge or something.
Yeah.
You know, he was on the top of the bridge there and there'd be a crane arm or something that would be coming out and pull something out somewhere. That's what they are. Apparently that's all that train ever did. Just went around picking things out of water and stuff.
So if Camberwick Green opened up with the box and Trumpton opened up with the town hall. Was
Yeah.
Chigley the one then with the?
Yeah, that's what I think him.
Or was it now Campbell with Green Apple with her, or finish with it?
It's weird. I remember Trumpton and Campbell with Green a lot more than Chigley, but I do remember Chigley. Yeah. I don't remember every intro and outro of the program, but I do remember that they were iconic. You know, with a bloke, that, with a puppet that span round and all of this sort of stuff, right, and the iconic clocks and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Which ones they came out of, it's all mixed. Because I haven't seen them in 40 years. Me, personally. I haven't even looked on YouTube for them.
No,
but even now I can hear Brian Cant narrating it, and it was Brian Cant that did all this.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, what a legend Brian Cant is. For God's sake. You know. So my childhood all come back, really. I think we'd have to move on because we could be here forever on these three, just going back and forth over stuff. And we've got so many comments. I'm probably not caught up yet. I'm at the comments at the moment of 3 minutes to 8 p.m. and it's now 9:30. Yeah. So Tony York, Ivor the Engine and Noggin the Nog for fun. We talked about those. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. I can't think of my life without knowing that there was an Ivor the Engine in this world. I'm sorry, I can't. Do you know what I mean? And you had to have him from Wales. I'm sorry, it's the thing. He can't be from Birmingham. No. Not with a name like Ivor.
Now, at the beginning, I never used to watch that because it's never bothered me. But after all these years of being a fan of small films, I've got I've got the box set and I've got that other DVD coming now, and Noggin the Nog, and I can't wait to watch them. It's going to be a day full of nostalgia. It's going to be wonderful.
I'm just looking forward to what Colin's going to say about what his ringtone is or something like that. It's Trumpton, yeah. But it's funny because we mentioned again Noggin the Nog there, and I remember later on, and I was gone from children's TV, and I was going, wasn't there someone called Vicky the Viking?
Vicky the Viking, I think, was an 80s.
It's a cartoon, isn't it?
Cartoon, yeah. I don't think
like Dr. Snuggles and all of that. We're talking about that era, aren't we? 80s. Yeah, Vicky the Viking was a little stupid little brat of a thing with a big club.
Vicky the Viking. Vicky the Viking. Oh, 1974, one season. Also.
Wow. There I was thinking it was 83, 84, but there we go.
Vicky the Viking. It was done in German and it was done in
German.
It's
like Asterix came over here.
Yeah. Bloody hell.
Asterix the Gaul,
78 episodes. Bloody hell. 74 to 76. United Kingdom. Oh.
No wonder ITV bought it. Bloody hell.
Yeah. I must have been.
That weren't BBC, that was ITV, Vicky the Viking.
Yeah, it's not something I watched.
Dr. Snuggles was ITV as well.
Yes, I remember Dr. Snuggles. That was another one I never really watched, if I was honest.
Another one with a theme tune that I won't get out of my head now all night. Bloody Dr. Snuggles. Right, LFC. Pew, pew, Barney McGrew. Yeah,
Dr. Dipple Grub.
I can't whistle. Alan says, Pipkins for the win. Yes, absolutely. If there ever was a competition, I think Pipkins was my favourite. Something about that stupid turtle, hair, should I say, Hartley hair, the way it talked, and that pig.
Octavie the
they had a tortoise later on, didn't they?
Yeah.
It talked a bit slow.
I remember there was Octavia the ostrich.
Yeah.
There was pig. I think that never changed. They never give the pig a name.
Yeah, with a Birmingham pig.
Hartley. Who was the others now? What was the tortoise's name now?
Oh,
you keep doing this to me.
Yeah, we can't move on till you've looked it up.
All right. Pipkins. Characters. Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
It was probably just called Tortoise.
There was a hang on, Top Off the Monkey.
Top Off, yeah, I remember Top Off.
And
that
it
was
was
a weird character.
It was a Cockney.
Yeah.
Octavia had a French accent. The Pigeon. Don't remember the Pigeon.
No, I don't remember a Pigeon.
Cast. Hardly Air, Tortoise. Tortoise didn't have a name by the look of it.
I reckon it was just called Tortoise. That's how I remember him.
Yeah, Tortoise, yeah. Yeah. Top Off Pigeon. The Pigeon was just called Pigeon.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was no particular name.
And they're all dead.
Yeah, they're all
sorry, I didn't mean to bring everybody down there with that.
yeah, bloody hell.
and that building's knocked down. Just so you know, just to be nasty.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to be the nasty. I don't want to be the rat catcher anyway. Right, Ian Hill, The Ramblings. I preferred children's cartoon. Loved Top Cat. I did enjoy Magic Roundabout for the news, and of course the Clangers. Yeah, so again, that was more big boy stuff. Top Cat, Magic Roundabout. Sorry, Top Cat. I remember sort of more like Saturday mornings before Swap Shop and everything came on. But it was also part of Scooby Doo and Hong Kong Phooey and all of that sort of stuff. The Hanna-Barbera range definitely was a Saturday morning thing, but also a special in the middle between 5 and 6 o'clock somewhere, before Blue Peter or whatever it was. There'd be a one-off cartoon like that.
But
Magic Roundabout was definitely before the news. The last thing that was in the thing. Again, not lunchtime. I don't remember Magic Roundabout in the lunchtime. Do you remember Magic Roundabout being?
No, it was all. I always remember it tea time. And it wasn't really one of them. It was a French production, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah.
It never really done anything for me once. I mean, obviously, remember the music,
Well, the thing that amused me about the Magic Roundabout the most wasn't anything to do with the tune. It was Dougal the dog, the voice. It was iconic, the voice to me, Dougal. Still got the bloke. I can hear sort of like the bloke narrating now. I couldn't do it, but what I'm saying is I can almost sort of like hear him, the dog talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Instead of the girl. But it was always supposed to be about the girl, really. But to me, the star of the show was the dog, Dougal.
Yeah. But I mean,
Zebedee was a sort of like hidden sort of like character that suddenly shot off into the stratosphere, sort of thing,
Yeah, but I mean, Ian's brought up a good one. They'll obviously Top Cat. I mean, you said Hanna-Barbera. That'd be another good one to do at some point.
Oh Christ, yeah.
Yeah.
Hanna-Barbera were a fantastic animation group, really. They knew how to save money without making it look cheap. I mean, we all know now that their rolling backgrounds were just exactly that. They draw one scene, probably draw a second one, and that was it. Put those two together and then just roll it along. How long these bloody hallways were in these houses were nobody's business, because they kept running along and never went round any corners or anything. And you saw Skaggy and Scooby running forever along these damn things.
Yeah,
and you know how fast a dog runs. So this house must have been the size of 2 football pitches.
So it was only the next room as well.
But anyway, yeah, and we all love the Clangers, don't we, Ian? So that's marvelous. Colin Jones, we have voted, so not mention it anymore. Hokey cokey, yeah, we don't want to go down that route. I have to say, we're in a different world tomorrow. LFC, my favourite was always Thomas the Tank Engine. Hearing Ringo Starr's voice is nostalgia on steroids. Yes, I know he's a big Thomas the Tank Engine fan, is LFC. He's got some videos, VHSs of them.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I liked Thomas the Tank Engine, but was never a big fan. It wasn't to do with the fact that Ringo was narrating or anything. I don't think I was scared or upset by a talking face on the front of a locomotion. I think it's just more to do with the fact that it appeared later on in my life. I was now off moving, either at big school or I was actually at work. In fact, I was probably at work when that was commissioned.
Yeah,
Again, I remember that being in afternoon ITV's line. You know what I mean? Like when BBC had their slot between 3:40 and 5:45. ITV had a similar schedule between 4 and 5:45 or whatever. I'm pretty sure Thomas the Tank Engine was in there and not in the lunchtime, but I might be wrong there. Again, I'd have been at work. You'd have to remind us there. It's Keith, I think. LFC. Keith is his name, right? Was that a lunchtime thing? Not sure.
Yeah.
Must admit, it's a little bit later for me. This is why I like you being here, Keith, because you're talking about stuff that's a little bit later on, that's past our watch with Mother era between Denny and myself. Because
that was
Denny being about 84 and me being a sprightly 77. We're sort of like talking a sort of different era to you.
Yeah. So I don't wish it too early. It'll get there eventually and quickly.
We've got Colin saying, has anyone looked at Hartley Hare recently and wondered how the hell he didn't scare the bejeevers out of everybody?
Yeah.
Like I said, he did look mothbally, didn't he? It was like his fur was half hanging off. He had sort of like his eyes were sort of like nearly looked like they were going to fall out.
He looked like he's 3/4 of the way to myxomatosis, wasn't it?
Myxomatosis. That's what I was trying to think of there. Yeah, it's almost like the poor sod's eyes are just about to explode.
Yeah. Mind you, if you look at like all these productions at that time, it was like that Humphrey Cushing out of Vickery House. The bloody hell was that big bloody nose like this, the Cushing. Jesus. And Hector's House, all some of them characters. Oh God, that cat freaked me out of Hector's House. Oh my God.
Then we've got Ox is in. Look, he's
hello, Ox.
Get up too early on Saturday morning. You were watching the Open University. Well, yeah, because that did crop up about a lot, didn't it? Open University. It was like filler for anywhere. It was that or a test card. Which do you want?
Yeah.
Probably because they didn't have to pay anybody because it was education. It was like there's no actors in this. This is an actual university student teacher or whatever it is.
Yeah.
With a blackboard and a piece of chalk in his hand telling you how to do equations, right? So there's no one to pay. So we'll just sling this on. It's the same as the test card. I'm pretty sure that's probably how the BBC structured it.
Yeah, probably did, yeah. Cheap, just cheap.
Because there's actors' unions and everything, I feel sorry for those people now because, they're all in nursing homes now or dead. They didn't get any repeat bloody payments out of anybody, did they?
No.
Right. Postman Pat, Trumpton, Danger Mouse, Dog Tanyan. Christ, Dog Tanyan. He-Man, Count Duckula, Banana Man, Super Ted were big ones for me in the 80s. And yeah, you have got quite a heck of a lot of mix there between 70s and 80s. Take it like that.
Yeah.
Trumpton obviously being one that you'd go 70s. Over here, He-Man and Filmation, bloody hell!
Oh, Filmation, yeah.
Another cracking art studio that knew how to save money, but not make it cheap.
Using the same sound effects, didn't they? They used the same sound effects. Star Trek, the series, the animated one, used more or less the same as well, didn't it?
And the only reason that got off the ground was that they agreed to do the intro sequence and the end sequence wasn't from the original Star Trek, because if you did do that, Gene Roddenberry would get royalties, because what he did with the original Star Trek tune was that because he wanted to have continual money rolling in, he actually took the music, put words to it, and actually registered it in a music database somewhere so that he got credit because even though you only play the instrumental of it, it's the fact it's got words. So as soon as you've got words to a song, regardless of whether you sing them or not, you get royalties. So they had to do a whole new introduction sequence, so it didn't actually use any of that. Otherwise, Gene Roddenberry would get bloody royalties for that as well. Just so that you know, I know all of this sort of trivia.
Well, you're
you know what I mean? When it comes to Star Trek, it's sort of like like Doctor Who, my little niche, my little line in the sand where I said, yeah, bring it on with the question. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I regret it afterwards where I go, oh, shit.
Yeah.
I know that one.
Like 7
yeah. But I mean, look, we've got some classics here. Postman Pat, the tune again, isn't it? I mean, we've got what's his name from Men Behaving Badly, who narrated Postman Pat? Is it him from Men Behaving Badly? Is it
Martin Clune?
No, the other one.
Neil.
Yeah.
Neil, what's his second name?
Is it him who narrated Postman Pat, or am I thinking of someone else?
I've no idea, but I can.
I'm probably wrong with that. Dogtanian. I remember the Musker Hounds. Is that Dogtanian? All for one and one for all. Musker Hounds are always ready. One for all and all for one. Is that Dogtanian?
I never watched that myself.
He-Man. I mean, obviously the most powerful man in the universe. Yeah. Oh, no, that one.
There was two that narrated Postman Pat. You're going to kick yourself with this. Ken Barry and Peter Sallis.
Peter Sallis, yes, of course.
Yeah.
How could you not know Peter Sallis from bloody that, country bumpkin comedy that went on for about 50 years?
Last of the Summer Wine.
Last of the Summer Wine. I mean, Count Duckula is David Jason again.
Yeah.
Banana Man was had a famous narrator, didn't it? Didn't it have John Pertwee voicing it? One of the characters in Banana Man was Spotty or something. I can't remember on that. No, that might have been Super Ted.
Banana Man.
Super Ted, I think.
Producer Trevor Bond. Was that the one who done Mr. Ben? Trevor Bond.
Yeah, might be.
Right, starring Banana Man, Tim Brooke Taylor, Graham Garden. Graham Garden, Bill Oddie. It was the goodies.
Yeah, the goodies, yeah.
Good grief. Trevor Bond, he was the one who done...
What was Super Ted then?
Super Ted. Super Ted. He was a Welsh superhero.
Yeah, voices.
Oh, I'm locked up. Oh, okay, keep going. It's locked up.
Oh, all right. Yeah, we'll move past it. It's just I'm intrigued to know because I remember.
Here we go. Oh Christ! Narrated by Peter Hawkins, Difford Roberts. But you're quite right. John Pertwee was in it.
Yeah, he was. I knew John Pertwee was a voiceover in one of these damn cartoons because he was a voice actor on radio.
Wendy Padbury. Wendy Padbury.
Bloody hell.
Roy Kinnear, Melvin Hayes, Derek Griffiths.
Derek Griffiths from Play Away and Play School.
Yeah. Them are the big names I noticed there, yeah. Wendy Padbury, I never knew that.
Wendy Padbury from Doctor Who, Jesus.
How about that?
Yeah. See what I mean? These names crop up and they just basically just keep coming back. It's like, it may have been work and money, but at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure that they did this because they just love doing stuff for kids. Wurzel Gummidge. I mean, how can you not love Wurzel Gummidge and John Pertwee? He must have, as much as he was enchanted by the character and the writings in the books, you know full well that he loved doing stuff in Doctor Who for the kids. And when he left that, he then went into something else for children and kids. Because it was quite easy for him to do something adult orientated. And he did with Who Done It. You're going to mention in a moment you've ordered the box set for that. I'm pretty sure of it.
Now I've got the box set for that.
Oh, have you?
I had that. I had it just before they went bust.
Oh, right. Was
Yeah.
that 60? Was that 54 or 64 quid?
It was about 50 odd, I think. I think it was. It wasn't
Yeah.
the top price.
I'm disappointed by the prices that this old gold label are doing. They're all a tenner more than they actually were when
Yeah.
the network label, and that's the wrong. If you want to put that extra tenner towards doing something new, to bring something out that never done, and that's fair enough. But if you're putting a tenner onto something that I could still buy the old stock of for a tenner less, right?
Yeah.
Then you're just getting that money and showing the fact that you're greedy because you're putting the prices up to with no change in the packaging or anything.
Well, let's be honest. If they keep going the way they are, they're going to go out of business very quickly.
Oh yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna buy the newer packaging because it's the same as the bloody older packaging, and it's £10 less.
They put the name on it though.
Anyway, I'm glad they came back just for a second so that I could have Jack the Ripper. So as long as I got that, who gives a shit? Right. Anyway, Maymeister. Then there was the utter cheap to make. Why don't you? Yeah. Now that in the summer holidays, why don't you was a big one for my sister. She used to love that. Why don't you go and do something less boring instead? You know what I mean? It used to come up with the words, in big sort of like bubbly writing.
Yeah, I remember that one. It was one of them programs. Again, they used to do things you could never make it because the bloody price of the stuff would be too, or you could never get it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think the only thing I learned from Why Don't You was I needed a great big massive plastic bottle. I needed a load of water. And I needed a foot pump. And as long as I put this foot pump right on the nozzle of this bottle that was half filled with water and I pumped it up, I'd have a portable rocket that I can fire right down the street and every car going. That's what I learned from Why Don't You? There I was going. And it went. Look at that, look, I'm wet. Yeah. And then it went and hit the car and it went. That was down the street going. Sorry, because either the bottle exploded or it went down the street so far, killing just about every pensioner that was walking down the street.
I could just imagine running down after. Come here, you bloody ruffian! Get here!
I love making portable rockets. It was brilliant. I loved them. Colin Jones, religion was kept on Sunday slots. Yes, it was pretty much. I'm pretty sure of that. It was just, it's strange that they always wanted to depict ordinary life in the street. It was always a couple of kids holding hands with their mum, walking down the street. They got to the greengrocers and they taught you what carrots and bloody whatever it was. Never saw a priest, a nun, or anything. That's what I was getting at. And yet a lot of these kids' stuff was being shown on TV that had a huge church, because they lived in villages. So the church was a major thing. In fact, the church probably might have controlled the local corner shop where you bought stuff from, where you bought your bread from. And when we are talking about that sort of thing. So anyway, Aunt Flo, we've had that coming up. Hartley hair always looked quite scruffy. I thought, it looked half dead. Talking, in fact, actually, if George A. Romero was basically looking for a new zombie, he weren't far off from getting a bloody Hartley hair in it because it was there. It's there talking zombie.
Did you always notice, like sometimes though, so they'd done the pig quite a few times. You'd have the pig, you'd see him. The next series he'd come on, he looked totally different, and you think, what the bloody hell? You always notice them. I always noticed them things. I don't know whether you did.
Well, because they cut him up into sausages and got another actor, didn't they? They probably ate him at the end of production party. Sausage and sticks. Yeah, well, that's where he is.
For the buffer.
What a nasty person I am, thinking that poor pig was turned into little sausage twizzles on
found sausages.
At the end of season party. All right, we'll hire another pig next year. Yeah. Just eat him up. There you go. Danny Jukes. Hi, how are you doing? Hello, Danny Jukes. Brilliant. We're having a whale of a time here and me chatting. By the way, it's 10 o'clock, Denny.
Oh, right. Okay.
Right, Colin Jones. It was made up, Captain Pugwash innuendo. Yeah, we think so, don't we? It's one of those ones it's nice to have that myth, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, demon stains and all of that sort of stuff.
Roger the Cabbage
Nice
Boy.
to have a myth. How the hell did they get away with that? Because it weren't there. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Still, it was something that big Philip down the road told us was true.
Yeah.
Anyway, Cy Robson. Hi, Danny. Hello. Hi, Cy. Danny. Sorry, we go. Around the World with Willie Fogg. Such a classic. Yeah, and again, another animated early 90s thing I think we're talking about here. Yeah, do you remember Around the World with Willie Fogg?
I remember it was a tea time thing, wasn't it? If I remember.
Yeah. Again, it's there's nothing wrong with this. It's just it definitely fits in with that bigger show. You know what I mean? We're talking nursery rhyme. Around the World in 80 Days wouldn't have been a book that was too complex for a schooler to read. You know what I mean? Dogtanian and the Musker Hounds. Yeah, I was right. One for all. Musker Hounds are always ready. Run for Orlando. Run. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Colin Jones, I went to Sunday school a few times. I went to Scouts a few times too. Do you know what? I wanted to go to the Cubs and the Scouts, couldn't. My mum couldn't afford the uniform. I went up there for the first, because you could go up there as a civilian, as they called it.
Yeah.
Your mum can sit over there. You can sit down there. We'll tell you all about the Cubs and the Scouts and all of this sort of stuff. They were all out with their green jumpers and their badges on, black trousers. I was there with whatever clothes that my mum had thrown on me to go in there, and they'd tell us, oh, yeah, and when you join us, you see, you'll need to buy the uniform, and the mums went over there to find out how much they were, and I could just imagine my mum going, £8 what for these trousers? Having a laugh. And I can imagine them, and then I'd be talking, getting quite excited, saying, Mum, can I join the Cubs? And she said, we'll have to see. We'll have to talk to your dad first. And I know what my mum and dad would be talking downstairs, and no bloody chance is he going there with them prices. Can't afford the school bleeding trousers, let alone bloody going off to some thing at the evening as well that we'll have to take him to as well. By the way, just remember that you'll have to pitch in here to take him up to that Cub Scout thing that they're going to go to. So I can imagine my mum's all these conversations going on. It was all about money. It's amazing.
But the thing is, they were expensive, because I remember the bloody toddle that you used to put on your scarf. That was a price on itself.
Yeah,
them toddles used to change colour as well if you were graded. But I always remember.
What was his name? Logie Bear, was it? What was his name?
I think so.
Who invented the Cubs and the Scouts? He was all about that. That's all he was. Bugger, we're a community and you can learn how to set fire to things. Oh yeah, I bet there's a load of arsonists that came out of the Cubs and the Scouts later on. It was all about money, wasn't it?
It was a green jumper, and then you used to have the badges. But then you used to look at all these badges, and you never done anything, and never got any bloody badges.
Yeah,
it was just that's what I remember. I was there for a while, and you never got took to get any of these badges.
It was always a badge that you had to sort of like sew on. Why couldn't they do button badges?
Yeah,
that'd have been cheaper, wouldn't it? No, you've got to have a sewing certificate before you can have a badge, because you won't be able to put the thing on your clothes, because your mum won't know how to do it. She used to give it to the next door neighbour that had a sewing machine. Yeah. Somebody had a singer-sewer machine somewhere along the street that would put that badge on for you. You know what I mean?
Upside down.
There was no way that my mum, if I was to ever get a badge from there and I gave it to her and said, here's my jumper, here's the badge, that she got a needle and thread out and started putting bloody thread around it. So there's no way that she'd have given that. Oh, you go off to school, love, and she'd have secretly given that over and said, you've got a machine, haven't you? Just quickly put it around. Yeah, there you go. Great. Yeah. Spent all afternoon doing that for you, young man. Just thought I'd let you know. That would have been my mum. I love my mum. I'll have a word with her. She'll say, I don't remember that. And I'll be, yeah, you did. I know. It's in there. I remember. But no, it was too expensive. I know for a fact that I could only go for a couple of weeks, and then they wanted the uniform to actually be on. We couldn't afford it. I do remember that. I just turned around and said, Sodom. I'll ride my bike then. That's all I could say, really. Here we go with LFC again. Inspector Gadget was boss. It really was. Now, I think everybody will remember Inspector Gadget.
Inspector
Go, Gadget, go. Yeah, I mean, we all know that. I hated the film. Sorry. Didn't like Matthew Broderick as Inspector Gadget. It might as well have been Get Smart, but with robotic bloody artifacts on this thing. Do you know what I mean? Get Smart to me was a 60s special agent talking into shoes thing.
Yeah.
Matthew Broderick, obviously, Inspector Gadget was a robot, really. I mean, nearly a robot, wasn't he? I mean, he was talking into fingers and doing this, and hair was coming out and all this sort of stuff. I honestly thought, how can he actually have a hand if if this top of his finger comes off? He must. I don't think there's much of him that's bloody human, is there? And he always had the voice from Get Smart, didn't he? As a narrator. Don't worry, we won't talk about too much because it doesn't fit in with Watch with Mother, does it? So again, it's one of those ones that was the big boy, big girl cartoons that were on after school.
Yeah.
Colin Jones, I completely did an REM in my mid to late teens, lost my religion. All right. Yeah. That's terrible. God, but even at this time of night, you just about got away with that one. We'll let it go. Good evening, Steve.
Hello, Steve.
Good evening, Delboy, Denny, and chat. It's been a long time since I've watched some of these. It's great to bring back those happy memories of my childhood. Yeah, why not? We're having a shitty day with politics and crap. Wimbledon, who cares? Euros. Oh, there's another England performance. Let's have something that brings back a little bit of fluffy, smiley niceness. You know what I mean? That's how I looked at it.
Yeah.
Shitty week. Thank God for this. That's all I got to say. Cy Robson, don't some of Monty Python do kids' TV before they went to Monty Python? Ooh, now did the likes of do those. I'm not quite sure because the animating artist was American. I don't think he did anything, did he, for Kiddies TV?
I don't know anything about this.
What, you don't know Monty Python people who were in Monty Python?
I'll be honest, Monty Python was never one of them things I ever watched.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that they came from university, set up their own little comedy club routines on the fringe circuits, and then sat down and wrote skits and sketches for other shows and then went into comedy. I don't think they did anything for kids, personally. Even later on, I don't remember at all John Cleese sitting down and writing something for a kid. You know what I mean? Don't remember any of that. He was all for comedy, skits, Ronnie Barker doing all of these sort of stuff, not for kids. Unlike the Goodies did come from the same background as Monty Python. You know, they were, in fact, actually, I think David Jason was going to be in the Monty Python team. And I'm pretty sure that Tim Brooke Taylor was going to be part of that fringe, you know, all these setup of comedians all had different sort of stuff. But they ended up being as they were, you know. Tim Brooke Taylor was the Goodies, you know, along with Bill Oddie and all of that sort of stuff. But it's nice to know that those three got together and did Super Ted. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's nice to know, you know. Ox, Animal Quackers looked a bit scary.
Oh, yeah.
Weird. But then so did half of the 70s, whether you were a kid or not. Animal Magic, I remember the most about. I do remember Animal, you know, a lot of animal programs, Dactari and all of that sort of stuff. Was Animal Quackers then something that was between 12 and 1 o'clock on a lunchtime?
Yes, it was. Yeah. It was I wouldn't say it's a rip-off. It was a clone of the banana splits.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was the. Do you remember him? Rory Bungo. What was his name? Animal Quackers. Animal Bungo.
I remember the name, you see. I remember the name, but I don't remember. There were so many animal things, I can't quite remember them all.
Let's have a look. I've got it.
You've got them, have you?
I bought, again, it was another one from Network. That was the one. Sorry.
Yes. What era was that then?
That was in the 70s, that was. 70s.
Looks quite good, doesn't it, for a 70s stuff?
But they've actually lost some episodes. Not all the episodes are on there. Which is a shame.
Okay. Somebody asked me a question actually on Ian Hill's The Ramblings yesterday. They said, the BBC junked an awful lot of stuff. How bad were the ITV at doing it? And I happened to mention to them, and I said I should think ITV fared probably slightly better. The only reason for that is that I think that they weren't interested in storing any of the stuff that they broadcast. It was they kept the people that made the shows kept the tapes. They do what they want. They paid them a fee to broadcast it, and it was the advertisement that was the revenue for it. So if they haven't got the tapes, it's because the independent company that made it junked them themselves, not like the BBC. The BBC commissioned their work, made their work. Once it was there, it was junked, and it was down to them because they junked it. I think ITV fared better, and because a lot of the output was ITC that was going off to America, so all of that stuff, Danger Man and all of that sort of stuff, is salvaged. It's there because ITC kept all of that because it was able to be a product to sell abroad. They weren't going to junk that, black and white or not. You know what I mean? It was there.
But do you remember Animal Quackers, that part where he told a story? And he used to go, Rory, tell us a story.
Tell us a story. Yeah, that's the bit that I remember, you see.
And then they used to play, I believe the musicians changed over time.
At the end, it would have gone.
Yeah, tell it how it is.
See what I mean? And that's what I remember about it, you see. It's because it's a riff music motif that just sticks in your head. This is where I'm saying a lot of my music that I like is repetition. It's all catchy. Jingles, advert jingles, TV jingles. So it's all themes to the start of shows, end of themes to TV shows, themes to the end credits of films, themes to the beginning credits of the film, etc., etc. And that's where my music comes from.
Name me one advertisement on the television today that sticks out. So you've took too long.
No, it's all right. I can tell you now, Blinded by the Light, which is the I think it's this electronic Skoda, isn't it? That actually they're doing the music
for. Don't forget that
pop record.
Back in the day, Our White's Lemonade. You always remember.
Oh yeah. And
you got what's.
And then again, to me, there's no music in adverts anyway because you don't put music to donkey sanctuaries.
Yeah.
and whether this poor child has got a cleft or not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the adverts now because every time I watch a satellite TV, it's give us some money.
Give us
we're a charity, and we've got no way of actually having any people out in the streets rattling their tins to get any money out of you. So you need to send off either a $5 or a $10, or at Christmas it's feed a whole Christmas dinner, which will cost you £26.98. They've knocked it down to the actual pence.
Yeah.
For feeding somebody at Christmas. My mum turned around and said, "They want how much? £26 what?" I said, "Yeah, they want to go to Iceland. They just had the advert on before then. You can get for 99p, you can get a load of chipolata sausages, right? 99p. What's this £26.98?" That's my mum. She's a realist. She's turning around and saying, "They must be going to flipping Fred's Butchers or something in Coronation Street and getting him to cook the sausages." I tell you what, for this £26.98, because I tell you what, your dinner that you're having, young man, at this Christmas ain't going to cost £26.98. I'm telling you now.
Bloody hell.
£26.98 would include the wine.
Yeah.
and they ain't getting no wine, so give them a can of Tizer and say it's cheddar.
Or flavourless red water.
Yeah, give them a can of Tab.
Oh, Christ, Tab.
I'm bringing out all the names now, the brands. Tab, wasn't that awful? Tab.
Awful.
Shit. Thank you for the memory, Ox, you bastard. Right. Colin Jones, Fenella the Kettle Witch was a strong Welsh accent. Well, we all talked about that. What a wonderful character that was. It's a bit like Grot Bags and Emu, isn't it? All that sort of stuff. Danny Dukes, love a lot of children's TV from the 80s. Yeah, the 80s were equally as good, I think, as the 70s. To me, it's the 70s that edges it. That's because it was my era. But I can imagine a child 10 years later watching the stuff in the 80s. They would have been watching a lot of good stuff, you know, Pigeon Street and all that, Button Moon, and yeah. LFC, Postman Pat and Fireman Sam. Fireman Sam. Yeah. Game. Tunes. More than the show, really. Postman Pat. I think everybody got fed up with that tune, didn't they? They wanted to kill the cat, let alone Pat. LFC Gamer and Vlogs. Bangers and Mash was another favourite of mine. Great little theme tune from Chaz and Dave. Bangers and Mash, trying to remember how it goes.
Don't remember that one.
Just about remember it. You know how Chaz and Dave always did.
Yeah.
They were always in the sort of like Bangers and Mash, Bangers and Mash, you know what I mean? Like that. Didn't have to take too much to do a Chaz and Dave song.
Yeah. What was that one that did Snooker Loopy, wasn't it?
Snooker Loopy, nuts are they? Yeah. I think the one that my nan liked was a romantic sort of one. It was like, there ain't no missing you or something.
Oh, there ain't no missing you. Yeah.
Yeah. Which isn't like a Chaz and Dave. Which is what Chaz and Dave is, you know, because I think if I remember rightly, the two Ronnies tried to do a Chaz and Dave. It was Chaz and Dave. You can imagine Ronnie Barker there behind the piano doing what Dave would have, you know, what Chaz would have done behind the piano. Because I remember him doing a country and western one. Do you remember the two Ronnies? They did these all these skits, but he did this one where it was a country and western. He had a big long mustache, big guitar, big hat, and he said, "I knew a girl called Lucy Brown. They said no one could lay her down. I'm gonna hang fingers again." You know, like this. And then, you know, he'd put all his words to it. I'm talking about girls I've known. Girls I've
you bugger. You're gonna make me watch my two Ronnie's box set now, you bugger.
Ronnie Barker was just a king because he was a wordsmith.
Yeah,
he always, I met him many times because he had an antique shop and he lived in not too far from where I live. So I used to go into there. I've got no end of a load of my books are signed by him. But he actually turned around and he said, as long as he actually said this to my mum while I was standing, as long as my legacy is that we shouldn't be scared of words, then I'm happy. Because the stuff that I did was all very wordy. You know, sometimes you could, because he actually was very critical of himself. He actually wrote half of his stuff under a pseudonym, wasn't it? Gerald Wiley. That was his hidden name. So if you look at the two Ronnies and it says who wrote these sketches, you won't find right. It will say Gerald Wiley. That was him. He wrote the the 4 candle sketch. Gerald Wiley.
4 candles.
He told that story so many times. He said, what I did was Ronnie Barker and Ronnie Corbett. I needed to know whether Ronnie Corbett truly liked my work. I didn't want to present something to him that I'd written, and he would just go, "Yeah, it's absolutely funny, Ron. We'll actually have that one, just because we're friends." So he would say, "Oh, look, this guy Gerald Wyler's just written some good stuff. Look, I've written it. It doesn't seem too bad. What do you think?" And he'd pass it to Ronnie Corbett. And Ronnie Corbett, if he got a belly laugh at it, he'd say, "That's a winner." You see what I mean? Because he didn't want any favoritism. What a way of doing it!
Yeah, brilliant.
You know what I mean? Absolutely fantastic. And he recited that story to loads of people that walked into that store. Jesus Christ! What a guy, though. I wish he'd assigned my Porridge DVDs. Of course, never happened. I've got my Porridge, by the way, scripts that he signed. Dusty Mop. Where's that name from? Where's that from?
Dusty Mop. Oh, good grief.
You're a bastard, Colin. We're now looking on the internet again.
Is that ain't Button Moon, is it? Dusty Mop.
No. I can see a picture of a face in the braids of the mop with a big stick and a broom handle for some unknown reason. I don't know why. Dusty Mop. No, I'm not going to know that one. You can keep looking that up when I move down.
Hickory House, is that the one?
Oh, is it really Hickory House? That's probably why I don't. It's a bit far back. I liked Hickory though.
Dusty Mop, a bad-tempered mop with a long red nose.
Yeah.
Blimey. I do remember that name.
Scotty's Movies.
Hello, Scotty.
Anyone remember Starfleet? Awesome sci-fi puppet series like Terrorhawks, but better in my opinion. I remember Starfleet. Yeah.
Do I remember? Yes, I remember. And I've got the box set.
Yeah. There was a lot of that sort of stuff. I mean, I love Terrorhawks, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
I did like Starfleet. Yeah, I mean, I remember it. Again, not watch with Mother, really. That would definitely be one that we'd do a huge segment of, I think.
That'll be split over a couple of videos.
My God, because you could split the next sections into 2 or 3 sci-fi ones, comedy ones, spooky ones, Jesus Christ, comedy ones. I mean, it goes all over the place, and that's because it was such a big chunk of time as well. It's 3:45 till, remember, nearly 5:45, and they had 20-minute segment stuff. There was how many things that you could put into 20 minutes? And it was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then you had before Saturday's live stuff. All there, but then you put his was in the multi-broadcast, see what I mean? And then you've got all the summer stuff where it was repeated again or something new tied in with that. And we're talking then 30 years of that. So you're talking a huge expanse that we could talk forever. Honestly, I could spend my career talking about it.
Yeah.
Anyway, Colin Jones, Chock-a-Block. Yeah, I could just remember Chock-a-Block. That was much later. Yeah, it was. He's put 12. Sure. What that is. Paul Patrick says the real Ghostbusters on ITV was Boss. Again, a great animated series. I tell you what, there was 4 or 5 seasons of that. It went through several name changes for that. They are all out on DVD. Again, not pre-water, not preschool stuff. I can imagine preschoolers watching it though. Christ, the Ghostbusters movie came out 1984, so we are talking like late 80s, early 90s for that. Anyway, Danny Jukes 13. Oh, because I was talking about the numbers, wasn't I? I said, how many Mr. Ben episodes do you think there were? Wasn't I? That's where these numbers are coming from. So someone said 12. Collins said 12. Danny Duke said 13. Tony York said, hang on. Tony York said 15 for Mr. Ben. Let's have a look. LFC said Mr. Ben had around about 10 episodes. Danny Duke said 13. I don't think there's any more mentioning numbers. No, there isn't. So we can put out their memory. They go between 10 and 15.
Right. The exact episode count is 13, but then there was another episode they done called The Gladiator.
Oh, yeah.
That's not.
I know this story.
So it's well, it's 14, but 13 is the right answer for the original series.
Yeah.
But I didn't like episode 14. The animation was good.
They've still got the script. They've still got the script and and everything for that one, haven't they? That 14 one, isn't it?
But I didn't like the music. They didn't keep the same music, and it just didn't feel like a Mr. Ben episode.
Yeah. What about Bagpuss?
Bagpuss, that was 13 episodes like Chock-a-Block, that was.
Yeah. The reason I say that is right here. Look, it says Colin Jones. I think 12 for Bagpuss and 10 for Mr. Ben. Wrong on both counts.
Hold on, let's have a look. Bagpuss was right, 13 episodes.
Yeah,
but there was a special episode. And I had to say this. I'm going to bring.
Oh, don't be a bastard to me. That'd be nasty if he'd have got it exactly right, and then you turned around and said, "Yeah, but 15 years later they did a one-off, and it happened to it."
No, one year later they'd done a special episode, right? And the episode was for politics. It was about voting, vote with faggots, and it was just a special episode. They'd done it 74. Which I'm glad to say they put on the Blu-ray. They didn't put it on the DVD. So yeah. Yeah. So there's 13 for Bagpuss, 13 for Mr. Ben, but they bought out one extra for Mr. Ben, that Gladiator one, which I don't like, and
yeah,
it was a special episode, wasn't exactly an episode of Bagpuss. But oh no, it was that the Clank? No, it was Bagpuss. No, I got that wrong. It was the Clangers.
Can you imagine a live action Mr. Ben? That'd be weird, wouldn't it? Come on, love, we're going to this shop.
Well,
we're going to go to this shop, right? And I'm going to ask you to try this dress on. Honestly, this guy's a bit weird, but you're going to love it, right? He sends her behind the curtains to put this thing on. She opens the door. Bloody, she's Raquel Welch all of a sudden in 1 million years BC. Got a thing on. He's going. She has her adventure. She comes back and says, "What do you think of that then, love? Do you want to come back next week?" "No, I bloody well don't. See them fucking dinosaurs that were behind that curtain."
As if by magic, the shopkeeper appeared. They was actually going to do a live action version, and Ben Kingsley was going to be Mr. Ben. I'm not kidding.
Anyhow, can you imagine though, whether they didn't do live. It wasn't to do with the special effects that's needed. It's because you're warped.
Yeah,
you're never going to do a live action thing of that. Another thing coming. We got Stephen Taylor. We had so much choice back then. Imagine being a 10-year-old kid today. There's barely anything to watch on BBC or ITV anymore. In fact, actually, the last time I heard about children's ITV there was an argument about whether this lady that's lost her arm could be teaching kids. There was uproar about it, weren't there? Where she's a disabled lady. She's got a disability where she's missing a limb. And they didn't want their kids being taught by some disabled person. Caused a load of uproar. The BBC sacked her, then rehired her because there was a petition saying, "How dare some of these mothers turn around and say that this woman's scaring them because she's got half her arm missing." It's a thing of nature and natural that there are going to be people at primary school where they might have an eye patch or something because they've got an eye missing or something. These things happen. That was the last time I heard about children's ITV, when it was on satellite. The CBBC channel. Do they have a CBBC channel anymore? Don't even think they got it. I think they got rid of it and turned it into BBC 4 or something.
I've no idea. Yeah. It's been that long.
Yeah. Anyway, Ian Hill, The Ramblings. Those early watch with mother shows were always presented by posh-sounding women.
Yeah,
that's proper right. BBC accents. Regional accents did not exist. They never fired my imagination. Yeah, I can imagine that. Imagine being up in Leeds. And there's this woman that comes up and says, "Hello, children. We're going to talk about how to how to stick things up your nose this week. Right? And he comes around again, bye, heck, love. We're going to be put the chips on. I want, where's my Yorkshire tea? I don't want that. I don't want that farting about crap. And there's all these posh people on BBC. How could it really inspire children? It's quite right, really. I'm so glad it changed, you know, in the early 70s, you know, by that point. You know, you had the likes of Brian Cant and Floella and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, more down to earth, you know, almost like nanny-ish people. Do you know what I mean? They want to have fun with you. They want to be, they'd like to be five themselves, sort of thing. Not some old stuffy bitch that wants to teach you how to do something with a pair of scissors. Right. I guess most children today would rather be on social media than watching TV. Yeah.
That's true.
Very insightful there, Tony, I think, to be quite honest. Getting them down a little bit here. We had so much fun talking about Trumpton and Chigley and that. Now we're talking about how bad things are in this life. Yeah. Another one that's after the school one coming up from Paul. Basil Brush and Sooty.
Oh, I used to love Sooty.
Two great things. Don't get me wrong. Not preschool stuff. I don't remember Basil Brush or Sooty turning up in Pipkins.
Rosa.
But yeah, the definite.
It's going to be a massive subject to talk about all those.
It is. I'm glad we're doing this introduction because a lot of people are still remembering Mary Mungo and Mid and you know, and Hector's house and all of that sort of stuff. But those people that do remember that, it's great. I mean, we've got Rupert the Bear. I'll tell you what, is it me or my imagination? But when they had Teddy Edward, you know, when they had Big Ted and all that, Teddy Edward, right? They used to do a picture of Teddy Edward in a field on a hill, and they must have superimposed all of the stands that would have had him up. But he looked like he was a teddy in a real life environment. It'd be in a pose like this or something, right? God. And I swear it was like Teddy Edward was in the Sound of Music. You know, the hills are all over the. You know what I mean? Those Swiss Alps. You know what I mean? Teddy Edward was in the Swiss Alps, you know. Was he really? He gets about a bit in our corner shop the other day.
Can you mean? The hills are alive with the sound of who's eating all my porridge?
Yeah, who's eating yeah. Who's this woman that's come along, started singing about hills and shit?
Yeah.
I hope she don't take over my show. Keith from LFC says Morph.
Morph.
You can't miss Morph. Again, it's nice to talk a little bit about here, but we can't forget how good Tony Hart actually was.
Yeah.
And we can't forget as well that they did not shy away from people that had disabilities. There was always that woman that turned around and said, "We're sorry that we can't bring these back to you, but we will be trying to show these to you now on this wall." You know, whatever it was. She was there going, like this. Then they showed you all the pictures and you went, no bloody way did a 3-year-old draw that. That's a 3-year-old drawing over there. That's what I was doing every time it was walking past. I was going,
the gallery, yeah.
13-year-old drew that shit. It should be the Mona Lisa by now. Look, there's a 3-year-old that drew something better than that 13-year-old that's just.
Oh God! It
was almost like the Generation Games conveyor belt saying, you know, cuddly toy, microwave, right? It was all these pictures. They were all squiggles. Don't get me wrong. You ain't going to send no masterpiece. But
it was always. We can't send them back to you, but everyone.
Yeah, I mean, and she used to do it in sign language, even to tell you. By the way, even the people that are deaf and dumb, you ain't getting your shit back. We kept it.
We're just going to throw it away once the program's done.
We're going to sell this in 20 years' time and make some money.
Yeah.
I actually ended up in a skip. So as soon as that, Right, tear up that wall.
Yeah, next.
For the next episode, where's the next lot of shit? You imagine it, can't you, being the producer on that show? Colin Jones, I remember one clip from the Flumps specifically when one of them was under a cloud and it was cleared by a carrot becoming unstuck rapidly and very humorously from the trumpet horn, whatever it was. I don't remember that one. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, I don't remember.
It was under a cloud. I remember an animated cloud with a sort of like thunderclap underneath it. And because they used to stand on this wall, didn't they? Talk. I don't remember that though. Flumps wasn't one of those ones that I watched avidly and remember the stories of, but I watched it and liked it. I knew it was quality. You know what I mean? I just love the music.
Yeah, that's what I haven't got.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Well, that's no bloody good, is it, for our show?
I've bought everyone other bloody else. I can't.
No bloody good showing us the gaps. You want the stuff that you can get.
No,
we'll have Jim Jam on soon and turning around and saying, I've got a bigger selection than you've got.
You pay by bloody everything.
I know. He sent me something today. He said, look what I bought today. It was Man About the House, the complete collection, £3. I went, bloody hell, that's a bargain. It's like £35 on Amazon. He went, yeah, I know. When I go in all the charity shops, I said, yeah, they must be looking out for you. Bloody hell. £3, bastard.
Well, I've been round all them charity shops, he says, around Wolverhampton. I can't ever find nothing. He's
there at 7:05 queuing outside to bloody buy them before you get there. They're gone.
Right. Cauldron of Stardust. The UK had some great stop motion shows. Noddy, Postman Pat, Trapdoor, Moss Chops. Then later you can have stuff like Wallace and Gromit. Yeah. I mean, basically, you got to remember that as much as as Wallace and Gromit is revered and looked upon now, and although it's considered a little bit old hat, you would not have Wallace and Gromit if it weren't for Morph. You would not have Morph if it weren't for the fact that our kiddies were brought up with finger bobs and Bagpuss and all of that sort of stuff. It all stems back. You know, we can turn around and say we were in a very, very good era growing up. Very good. You know, as much as my mum wouldn't buy me that outfit for the Cubs, bastard. Right, anyway. I'll never forget my mum. You wait, I'm going to beat her up when I finish here. Colin Jones, Chorlton was perpetually cheerful and clueless. He couldn't see bad in anyone.
That's right, yeah.
Hey up, let's go round.
Oh, it's brilliant, that was.
Yeah, it was, because it was funny. It was taking the mickey out of itself. It knew. It was great. Colin Jones, I was too old to appreciate Pigeon Street, and I've never been a fan of reggae. Yeah, reggae came in a lot, didn't it, in the 80s? All these things, you know, people with bobby hats.
Yeah, you know? It was like I don't know whether it's the word, but it seemed quite forced at times. Like you know,
yeah, it's almost like that band came along that sang "Pass the Dutchie Down the and all of a sudden, like every children's TV program had some kid with a big floppy hat and tea cozy on and all that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? Must admit, what was their names? Forgotten their names. Musical Youth. That was it. Know what I mean? Colin Jones. My kids used to love Rosie and Jim. Yeah, well, each to their own.
You're going to get to bed with that theme on your mind now.
Rosie and Jim. Yeah. I'd throw the little bastards into the pond. I'll tell you, into the canal. I would, little bastards. Right. Cauldron of Stardust. Pigeon Street has an amazing and completely unique style. It's still unlike anything else. Yeah. It is that Monty Python style, isn't it? Pigeon Street, the animation.
I'll have to have another viewing.
Well, isn't that picture of mine with that purple and grey and blue?
Yeah, that's the one.
Well, they look just like Monty Python's.
Yeah.
Life of Brian, all the little animations and stuff. It's like cardboard cut out.
If it's on the YouTube, I'll have to have a look.
Yeah. Because it was Terry Gilliam, you see. LFC Gamer and Vlogs. So did I, Colin. I had a few Rosie and Jim tapes in my early years. I completely wore them to death after one or two many viewings. I don't think you want to sort of like let that knowledge out, Keith. I don't know what you want to knock out with Rosie and Jim, but it certainly wasn't anything that I wanted to watch. Or maybe I was watching other things. No, Rosie, you know that they educated a generation. You know they did. You know, I mean, we are talking still quality shows. You know what I mean? Rosie and Jim, that's a generational show. You know what I mean? It educated a generation. 4 or 5 years, anything that's 4 or 5 years in length is going to educate a generation. The next generation would then go, I ain't watching that baby stuff. You know what I mean? That's how you know you're growing up. Cauldron of Stardust. Who is everyone's favourite member of the Sodor crew? Mine is Percy the Tank Engine. You know what the Sodor crew is? I don't know that one, matey. Is that American?
The Sodor crew.
Sodor crew.
So it's part of it's like Thomas the Tank Engine. Part of that.
Right here, mine is Percy the Tank Engine. I've heard of Percy the Tank Engine. I just don't know what that's. Sodor crew. Oh, Keith knows as well. So it's a little bit later on. Look, probably Gordon Cauldron. So he thinks Gordon is his favourite member of the Sodor crew. And being as Keith is from the 80s and 90s, it's going to be a later show, which is why I don't recognise this. You want to look it up? Sodor crew, just to see what we're talking about. I think it's wise because we need to make sure that Cauldron and everybody are catered for with this talk. You know what I mean?
The Sodor construction crew.
Yeah.
Is a song. Oh my God. The Sodor. Oh my goodness gracious. Right. The Sodor construction crew is a song from the 23rd series dedicated to the Sodor crews. Aye. Character.
Hang on, is Sodor a place?
The Sodor construction crew is a song from the 23rd series dedicated to the Sodor Construction Company. It's formerly known as Packard and Company, informally known as the Pack Company, owned by Jenny Pack. Aye.
I'll tell you what, reverse this around. Type in Percy the Tank Engine. Might make it easier. It says, who is everyone's favourite member of the Sodor crew? Mine is Percy the Tank Engine. If you type Percy the Tank Engine, what comes up?
Percy is a little green saddle tank engine who lives and works on the island of Sodor.
Sodor, there we go. So it's a place. Sodor crew.
Yeah. Oh, so it's just one of the engines, I presume. Which one is your favourite engine? I'm assuming.
Yeah, but what's the show called?
Thomas the Tank Engine.
It's Thomas the Tank Engine, right? So we're talking Thomas the Tank Engine, right? Okay. That's probably why I don't recognise it too much because I never really got into the history of it.
No, normally.
You know what I mean? I just recognised that Thomas was blue and he had a big white face, and you recognised the expressions he made.
Trains was never really my thing.
Ringo Starr's voice. that was it to me. But yeah. So of course Gordon is LFC's. Look, he's put there. Look, probably Gordon. So Gordon the tank engine, I suppose. The ship in a bottle Bagpuss episode has a nice parody clip on YouTube with the mice singing, "We will smash it, we will bash it, we will hit it with wood."
I just imagine.
Yeah, that's nasty, isn't it? I mean, it came in smashed, it goes out smashed. That's not nice, is it? Really? That's worse than anything I've said tonight. That's worse than anything I've said tonight. Sorry, I've said some nasty things. I've said, Hartley Hare's dead and is buried and got mothballs and worms are coming out of his stomach and all that shit. But I tell you what, that's worse. I think you've just destroyed my childhood there by saying that bottle's smashed up. Right. Children of Stardust Vlogs put his thumbs up. Paul Patrick Morph was ace as well, definitely. Loved watching the clangers, mostly for the Soup Dragon. Yeah, the Soup Dragon. We did mention the Soup Dragon briefly, but it was a major character. Was it mentioned every episode, do you think, or was it just something that was part and parcel of?
No, he was just a character. Some days they had blue stringy pudding. Some days some days I said, "Oh, I'm off to see the Soup Dragon," but you never saw him. And some days they went right down, and in that little ball. But the caverns and caverns and caverns. Yeah. No, it wasn't in everyone.
Yeah, Morph is another great stop motion show. It is. I love stop motion. I think the first time I saw stop motion probably was, King Kong. Possibly, but it could also possibly be one of these children's shows we're discussing now, I have to say. Morph is take heart in the 80s and the later part of what we're going to be talking about. But I can't help but turn around and say to you how early it was that I saw Ray Harryhausen, how early it was when I saw King Kong for the first time. I really was a child when I saw those, and I went, wow. And then I found out later on that was what they call stop motion. And there was this guy called Ray Harryhausen. From then on, I was hooked. All I wanted to know about was this guy. How the hell did he make all this great stuff up?
I mean, I don't know whether you've seen that, going about stop animation, where they took one of the Sinbad films, Talos.
Oh, yeah.
And they've actually increased the frames to 120 frames a second. And you'll see how much smoother the animation is.
Oh, of course it will be.
Yeah. It's amazing. Amazing.
I suppose they've used the AI to put between the frames of where it would have been moving.
Yeah.
So it's almost like it was drawn animation like Don Bluth would have done or something.
Yeah, but
I think Morph might have started on Vision On. I think it was, yes.
He carried it over to Tycard, didn't he, after?
Yeah. Like I said, it was just a blob of plasticine in a box where his pens and ink would be kept. And he used to come out of that box and suddenly turn into a little man, stick man, and he used to play havoc with all the inkwells and everything. And he used to try and hide back in the box. Tony Hart would then come along and say, "Morph, have you been out again, you little bastard?" Well, he didn't say that, but you get the idea, don't you? Yeah. This bloody little plasticine bastard's been out again and started playing around with my ink. Does he know how much that's 99 pence a bloody bottle, that quick ink? I tell you, it's bloody expensive. I tell you. You want to know how much Epson charge you for it, Tony? 20 years later on, it's like gold. Honestly, if you want to buy a black ink cartridge nowadays, you might as well take your credit card out.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going off on one. Cauldron of Stardust. It has a lot of charm, like Gumby does. If not, then Take Heart. Yeah, of course. Colin Jones, it was the latter. Yeah. Indeed, I just looked it up. Dustbin lids over the craters, for the clangers. Classic, that is, really. Amazing. Can't see him from here, can you? Right. So man didn't walk on the moon. We'll watch the rest tomorrow as I'm feeling a bit rough. Got a doctor's appointment in the morning. Have fun, fellas. Yeah. Have fun, matey. Thank you very much for all the memories that you brought to us. Really appreciative. Colin Colin Jones, Music Chicken or something. Music Chicken.
Yeah, there was the musical chicken in the Clan.
Oh, the Clangers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because of the Soup Dragon there.
Yeah.
Teddy Cheeks. Got on DVD, Noggin the Nog, Bagpuss, Moondial. I remember that. Tiggly, Dungeons and Dragons cartoon. Yeah, I've got that. Super grand. Sadly died a couple of weeks ago. Ivan the Engine, The Box of Lights, Patrick Troughton, fantastic. Flumps, Trumpton, Wurzel Gummidge, Terrorhawks. Yeah, a lot of that stuff. I think actually he's just read out your middle shelf, hasn't he?
Well, I've just funny enough, I've got Noggin the Nog coming, and talking about the Flumps, I was annoyed with myself because I hadn't got it, and I've just bought it for £7, brand new. So there you go.
Hey, you want to start charging whoever it was that mentioned it? I think Denny owes you a couple of quid, really, because he wouldn't have known to look if it weren't for you guys tonight. So there you are. Danny Jukes, Camberwick Green, Catweasel. Yeah, Catweasel at bigger kids. Still a classic show. A lot of people turned up in Catweasel, and we didn't even know about it, really. Some people have been mentioning to me today saying, "Did you know that this actor was in Catweasel?" I went, "No, I didn't know that." I think what's his name? Jack Wilde was in Catweasel, who used to be in Oliver.
Blimey.
Just shows you sort of like some of the caliber of people that were in some of these shows, to be quite honest. Cauldron of Steel, those puppet TV shows like Terrorhawks crack me up. I hope in a good way. I love Terrorhawks. I don't think it was wrong for Jerry Anderson really to try and bring something back up. We all know his backstory. We all know he wanted to be more a serious director for Hollywood and stuff. I still appreciate everything he did, everything he tried to do, the special effects work, which we all took on board and pushed us into the 70s. I mean, some of the stuff that he was doing in the 60s became second nature in the 70s because of the workshop that he did. I mean, and those designs, I still say to this day that Captain Scarlet's SPV vehicle where you had to drive it backwards, right? Weird thing that is iconic. It's got a missile launcher in the back. You press the button, it's got a side door that opens up into a jet bloody thing. It had tractions at the bottom. It had a big white bumper type thing around the front and back. Gorgeous thing that thing was. Yeah, I love that as much as the Eagle.
I'm just about to say,
and I love the Space 1999 Eagle. In fact, there was an article. I think I sent a link to you, didn't I?
You have, yeah.
Talking about the Eagle, and I went, "Wow, they got the bloke who designed that thing." Jesus, how iconic is that ship?
It is. It's unique.
99 Eagle. Anyway, that's not Watching Mother, is it? Right, Colin Jones. I have Danger Mouse Project Moon DVD on my shelf.
Project Moon.
Yeah, I think Danger Mouse has come back as well and all that. I think some of the stuff that did come out in the 90s and 2000s on DVD, there was the odd episode of Danger Mouse that you could buy. I don't think it ever came out as a series for a long time. I think they did like like Spider-Man the animated series from the 90s. They never brought out really the DVDs. They brought out 2 episodes spliced together and called it the Daredevil Saga or something.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think they did that with Danger Mouse. You know what I mean? Although saying that, he might have answered it right here. Look, they did more Danger Mouse with Alexander Armstrong, which they didn't actually screw up. Alexander Armstrong, you probably don't know him, but he's that bloke who does that pointless game show, where you have to try.
I know him. Yeah.
He also was the one who played Sir Clive Sinclair in Micromen.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know who Alexander Armstrong is. Yeah.
He thinks he's a singer as well, but he's wrong.
The trouble is, the thing is, when Alex Armstrong done it, he made the whole thing pointless, really.
Oh God, that's awful.
That's the best.
I told a joke last night. Nobody laughed either. I said the bloke who invented autocorrect died last week. His funeral is tomato. Nobody laughed at that one either. They're all bastards, really, to me. They're all jealous of me. That's all I've got to say about it. Right. Colin Jones. Context is hard to keep with as I'm typing in response to chat on the screen. Yeah, I tell you what. Welcome to my world, Colin. This is how I used to go into those film chat rooms. Everybody was talking 6 million, 6 million, word letters a second. There I am trying to listen to what they're saying on the screen and come up with a question. And then they'd read it out 4 hours later. And they wouldn't understand the context of what I've written because it was 4 hours ago that they talked about that.
I think
it's the very nature of these live shows.
I think what Colin's saying is already up.
All right, right. Okay, right. I have some of the 80s UK cartoon animations shows like Penny Crayon, Family Nest. I remember Family Nest. Poddington Peas. I remember that. Raggy Dolls.
That's another thing. Yeah.
Henry's. Oh, I remember. Yeah. Didn't he go Henry's cat? Didn't he talk like that? Henry's cat. Yeah. It was sort of like kindness and Jimbo and the Jet Set. Little jet planes with smiley faces with little jets behind it. There were little baby jets. Yeah, I remember that. Jimbo and the Jet Set. That was 80s, yes. Late 80s at that. Especially when you're talking about Family Nest and Jimbo and the Jet Set. Definitely with those, but I do remember them. Johnny Ball is 86. Really? Hell? Then again, Zoe Ball must be in her 50s, 50s, 60s. On Radio 1 or 2, is it? She's on Radio 1, is it? Zoe Ball. BJ. Oh, she thinks. Radio 2 in the morning, that's it.
Hello.
Jim Jam, good evening, lads. Yeah, where you been, you bastard? Was that 9 o'clock at night? Yeah, okay, he's working. He's working. I think it was his final day today.
Oh.
I do feel, thank you, Jim. I know it's going to be a bit of a difficult time for you. Denny's here. Might have some news for you. Don't know.
Well, I did put a message on the other day. I don't know whether you read it, whether you want to do it or not. We have drivers' jobs at the Metro. Pay's pretty decent. Shifts are not so good, but the pay is pretty good if that's something that interests you.
He did ask a question yesterday. He said he can't drive. What sort of driving were you talking about? Was it learning to drive a tram, or were you talking
about... if he can drive a car, he can drive a tram.
Oh, right. Okay. Do they offer training?
You've got to be able to drive your car.
Yeah, so he's not going to be able to do it. That's a shame. We were hoping that it was something, because he said he can't drive.
Oh, that's a shame.
Well, I was hoping for good news today. So sorry about that, Jim Jam.
Oh,
yeah. I was hoping you were going to go from one job straight into another, but yeah. Sorry about that. Danny Jukes, Jim Jam Movies and TV. Hi, May. Jim Jam. Today I received the first volume of Pitkins. Yes, I know. He showed me on a picture on my phone today, matey. His Pipkin collection.
Yeah.
You a local lad, Denny?
I am, yes, from Willinghall.
Yeah. You two ought to get together, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Well, then invite me along.
Well, when you get better, Del, you can pop down. We'll all meet up.
Yeah, we will do that. Yeah, because I want to know where these charity shops are, and then I'm going to blow them all up. Just for the fun. Then I'm going to say, now you'll have to go somewhere else to get your stuff, won't you? Colin Jones, we had an actual art shop a few minutes walk from the house I used to live. Yeah, Wales already had good stuff, didn't they? They must have. I'm pretty sure they. Whenever I think of Wales and I think of like the north of Wales, the North Wales and the low, really south of Wales, I keep thinking to myself, they must have shops where they sell penknives everywhere or anything, right? Because they've only just got roads, haven't they? There, it's like stepping back in time or something. You know, like caveman huts have only just been moved out of. People are starting to move into proper abodes. I'm terrible like that, aren't I? I shouldn't say things like that, but there you go. Colin Jones, I don't think muffin even had the rude meaning when muffin the mule.
That was too sterile, wasn't it?
Yeah. I remember as a young adult saying I was born in the days before Muffin the Mule was a criminal offence.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. What does Muffin the Mule mean? Yeah, I love LFC as the baby of the group, giving his perspective as a very late millennial. Yeah, that's what you need. You need to have a bit of variety.
Bit of diversity.
Yeah, Colin Jones, in my stream countdown clock, I got the idea from Mainmaster. The music is from the countdown. I remember from the early 1970s, but updated. Yeah, he does. If you ever watch his channel and he does his live stuff, his high school kerfuffles and all of that sort of stuff, he's got a countdown clock as well. He has got this piece of music and it's very jolly. You can tell it's like the 70s. It's almost like a Pearl and Dean piece of music. Do you know what I mean? It's that sort of catchy thing. You know what I mean? I upset Colin, by the way, because he composed this tune for a game, and he puts it at the beginning of his of every single video that he does, right? And I said, I don't know where he got this god awful music from, but I tell you what, it's bloody awful. And he actually said in the chat, he said, I wrote that. I went, oh, all right, sorry.
That's putting it.
And I don't think I've ever lived that down. And now he's done a modern version of it. Doesn't sound any better. I'm sorry. He can put it in a tracker as much as he wants. It doesn't make it. I'm so sorry, Colin. I'm doing it at your expense, but yeah, it's a fantastic tune. I'm sure it'll get to number one. Right, next. I think I got away with that. The first presenter of Words and Pictures on TV very recently as the voice of Sutek. Was it really? Because they used the voice of Sutek, didn't they? The same actor. And he's in his 80s, didn't they? And they showed him what he looked like. And yeah, they're very, very frail man, but great voice. Yeah. Brilliant. Nice that they use people like that. I can remember the music for Crown Court. Well, there's two pieces of music for Crown Court.
I remember them.
I showed you. I played the second tune for Crown Court to you, and you said sounds like Emmerdale. Well, it does. That's the end. Yeah, that's the end music. Otherwise, at the beginning, it's which really does sound like Crown Court type thing that you'd have around. And then at the end, it's like, bloody hell, they've opened the doors and Emmerdale's out there, look. wouldn't surprise if a load of sheep went past the bloody Crown Court book. Well, they played the end credits. I like the end credits more than the beginning, to be quite honest. Both classical pieces of music, by the way. Colin Jones, normally you're the pedantic one, but engages geek voice. Actually, it's not called a VHS recorder player. It's called a VCR. Both of you are right. Very funny, though, you two. Sticks his tongue out. You're, of course, correct. Ticky tocks into the box.
In the box.
Oh, Jesus. I only just about remember that. Putting the Mr. Men binders in order gave you a picture, I seem to remember. We didn't have the binders. I just wanted the books. I couldn't afford the binders. I could hardly afford the stickers because you could buy stickers. Stick them on the fridge and things like that, fridge magnets and all that. I wanted all that stuff. Couldn't have it. Afford it, you see. Cauldron of Stardust. Colin Jones, do you mean like the book spines make a picture when you put them in order? I love it when that happens. Now, a lot of the Marvel graphic novels do that. I don't think the Mr. Men books are thick enough to do that. Christ, it was only something like 24 pages in a book. with a white cover, wasn't it? That was bent over with one staple holding it together. But maybe later on they collected them all together in a collection, and then when you put them all together, it makes a spine of a Mr. Man or something. I don't know. But if you said there's only 24 books, 24 episodes, then they must have not done an awful lot of other Mr. Men's, because you'd need a heck of a lot of them to make a spine that makes up a picture. Yeah, weird intro into that. Yes. So he said, do you mean like the book spines make a picture? And Colin says, yes, he does mean that. Okay. Nintendo Power Magazine used to do that. I actually didn't realize they did until I put them all together in order. And I saw Donkey Kong looking at me. I think Retro Zone does that as well, don't they, with their spines? They make up a picture. You put them all together. Then there's a smiley sort of face. Then you've got Camberwick Green with the music box, and Windy Miller was an alcoholic. He was. He's always on cider, weren't he? Butterworth. Were you talking about the actor? Don't know. Colin Jones, they're not going to read these comments for another 5 hours. And then I've lost my contacts by then. I know. Yeah, I know. All right.
Steve. Hello, Steve.
Steve's gaming. Hello, Steve, you bastard. Colin Jones. Time flies by. Look for the half man, half biscuit version. Yeah. Colin Jones, do you wear a conductor's hat? Please tell me you do. In the rain, I wear an Aslef cap. I've never worn a hat as part of a uniform. Now polo shirt and cargo pants. Imagine that. I always thought Colin's phone ringtone would be the Eye of the Engine. I mean, the guy was called Jones
the Steen.
Yeah, I always thought that. He's got Chigley had no real opening sequence.
Oh, right.
My ringtone on rare occasions on my phone is not on vibrate. Is the theme from Go 8-Bit. Oh, yeah. Do you remember the Go 8-Bit TV show? It was on Sky, basically. I think it had that comedian, that big comedian who's Irish.
Oh, I know what you mean. It was crap, wasn't it, that program?
Go 8-Bit. Well, it had its time. It wasn't too bad. It was better than certain stuff. It had a woman's who used to be a journalist on magazines. She used to do she was really good at playing games, and she reviewed computer games for a number of magazines, journalist. And she's now a comedian on stage with another comedian doing something about mothers. Can't remember what it's about.
What's with you? Dara O'Brien.
Dara O'Brien, that's it. That's the big black. I can't remember the name of the woman.
Ellie Gibson.
Ellie Gibson, that's it. So Ellie Gibson now has her own YouTube channel on Twitch. She plays on PS5 games every Friday, or she did. She was mad. The last time I saw her on Twitch, she was mad on Driller, the game Driller. And honestly, she was trying to play these big AAA plus PS5 games, but she couldn't wait to come off of them and play Driller. That's all she wanted to do. Oh, I want to play Driller, see how much oxygen I can get when I'm getting down. Amazing woman, really. Colin Jones, I'm disappointed now. Yeah, about his ringtone. Disappointed but not surprised. Was the Herbs in this? I love that, mainly because Sage the Owl was a bad-tempered git like me.
Well, first time we spoke about it, isn't it?
Yeah, Steve's getting. Also, Ivor is Welsh. More reason to think it should be Colin's ringtone. Exactly. Yeah, I think so. I'm rather feathery owl called Sage. I'm not very happy. In fact, in a rage. Oh God.
Good.
He made me read that out, and it's all bloody rhyming. Steve said he hated Top Off the Monkey. Weird little shit. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, weird eyes as well.
Cauldron of Stardust. I didn't know for a very long time that Vicky the Viking is a boy. I mean, he's named Vicky. He wears purple tunic and his hair is rather long. How was I to know? Yeah, quite true.
He's a fit into today's world for
I'm going to be cancelled now for assuming gender based on stereotypes, aren't I?
Not on here.
Not on here. I thought the same, to be honest. Funny squiggly face. Fun fact about Magic Roundabout: it was originally in French, was never translated. The person who did the English scripts just made up the stories from the silent footage. Yeah, we talked a little bit about that, didn't we? French. I read some Thomas the Tank Engine books long before it appeared on TV. Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends was a brilliant kids' cartoon. Stan Lee narration before each episode. Firestar and Iceman are his pals. Very true. Not watch with mother. I could go on a rant now and talk all about Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends and how Firestar was made specifically for this show. It is an X-Men, as in Iceman, and Spider-Man was never an X-Men. There was speculation he got mutant powers during the night. Oh, I won't go on. I could talk about it. Yes, Stanley did narrate the show, but his first narration job that I remember him on was The Incredible Hulk. Anyway, Cauldron of Stardust, Colin Jones. Same for me with stuff like Arthur the Aardvark and Clifford the Big Red Dog, both of which were turned into cartoon shows in the late 90s, early zeros. Yeah, as well as Dennis the Menace was American cartoonized after the hit film, which I still thought, that Dennis the Menace was British, but I believe it or not, it was actually American. I badmouthed Dennis the Menace for years and years and years, saying it's nothing like Dennis the Menace from Beano or the National Dog and all of this sort of stuff. Different Dennis the Menace. We ripped it off, apparently, but I think there was only something like 2 or 3 weeks between the publications. Go figure. You learn something new every day. Colin Jones, now you've reminded me of the Humphreys that used to steal Unigate milk. Now, don't get me started on that. You know me with Unigate milk and the Humphreys. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. There's Humphrey about. And Patrick Maurer and all of those sort of famous stars. Emu telling you to buy straws with powdered flavors that you put in your milk so that you could have a chocolate flavored milkshake. The milkman used to sell the straws instead of you buying big bloody cartons of Nesquik or whatever it was. You had it in a filled-in straw. But believe it or not, Unigate made that advert set at a time where the milkman was just on the way out, and they needed to make sure that each household had at least 2 pints of milk every day. So it was to get an extra pinter. That was like, it was almost like, we're running out of milk. You got to get some ordered quick, because I tell you what, you don't want to miss out. Otherwise, you ain't going to have your tea and your coffee. Almost like, and it made everybody buy an extra pint. That's where all that extra pint symbols and signs came from. Believe it or not. Holy cow, D'Artagnan was so good. It was. One for I go on the tune about that all the time, but the tune is the thing that sticks out for me the most. Super Ted was first released in Welsh on S4C. Yeah, I think it was. I wasn't a big fan, but I thought it was nice that they made a superhero out of something that that was really just something that sits in your bedroom. You know what I mean? A Teddy Edward, in the corner. Suddenly putting a super costume on it seemed like a really good idea, to be honest. Get extra life out of it. One I hated was Mary Mungo and Midge. My mum insisted on watching it, and it was so annoying. I remember Mary Mungo and Midge. I was never a big fan. But did they live in an apartment block?
Lived in an apartment block.
Yeah. Grew flowers in a flower box outside the bloody...
Remember the dog? He used to just go... Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that was the only good thing in it. It doesn't work anymore, does it?
It used to be a newsreader that used to narrate that.
Was it really?
Mary Mungo.
Yes, it was on BBC. He's got black hair. I can see him now.
Yeah.
Richard Baker.
That's the one, Richard Baker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
without looking. That's without looking. I think that's quite good for me.
That is very good, actually. 1969. Wow.
Yeah.
The theme tune and other music was provided by Johnny, drawn from the KPM Music Library.
Yeah, just the same as the Spider-Man stuff I tried to remind you of.
Yeah. And there was only 13 episodes. What is it, about 13 episodes of all these programs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't know. Tell Russell D. Davis, because he thinks 8 is a series. Anyway, right. That's rather nasty, me saying that, isn't it? Dogtanion's theme tune was almost as long as the program. It was. Yeah, you remember that tune. And by the time you'd got to the end of them in the tune, they'd actually finished the episode and they were playing the tune again at the end for the end credits. Always remember the check the lift door was closed. Colin Jones, do you mean it was released in Wales or in Welsh, the language?
It'd have been Welsh on this force.
He's put it was both. Yeah. Oh, wow, says Cauldron of Stardust. Neil Morrissey, that's because we were talking about the narration. Yeah. Probably spelled super turd in Welsh. I can't do Welsh. Which of the Mr. Men reflects your character the most? I'm Mr. Bump because I'm very accident prone. Don't know, they ain't got Mr. Fat, have they? Mr. Greedy, I suppose. I don't know. I'm a techie. I'm a nostalgic person. Mr. Nostalgia. Doesn't sound right, does it? What are you then, Billy? Mr. Bold?
Mr. Grumpy, I think.
Mr. Bold.
Or Mr. Bald. One of the two.
You see, it doesn't work with the Americans, does it? Because that's actually what you do call William, isn't it? Is Mr. Shatner. So he's actually got the name already, hasn't he?
Yeah.
That's what you call him. You say, now, what character can we give William Shatner in the Mr. Men? Mr. Shatner. Yeah, that's the one. We'll have that. Mr. Shatner.
Oh, dear.
Dogtanion was the Three Musketeers dog cartoon. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Neil Morrissey did Bob the Builder. Oh, don't talk about Bob the Builder and his #1 song and all that shit. Bob the Builder. Yeah.
Can we fix it? Yeah, we'll smash the record.
Smash the thing to bits. Super Ted and Super Ted Welsh. Did you see that? Oh, hello, Mike. Hey, Delboy. Hi, Mike. I bet he's gone now. We're reading stuff now from 10 o'clock. It's now 11:15. Hi, Mike. Yeah, I'm trying to catch up. I grew up in the USA and I'm shocked at the amount of anime that was on Nick Jr. in the late 80s, early 90s. Little bits, adventures of Little Koala, May of the Bee, Noozles. Yeah, I think we bought an awful lot of American stuff. We had Littlest Hobo and all of this sort of stuff, didn't we? In the bigger part, you know, when we come across the stuff outside of Watch with Mother, we did buy an awful lot of Littlest Hobo and stuff like that. I was never a big fan, but they had some interesting good ones. But it's just they all seemed like they came from Canada. You sort of could tell. It's that I don't know if it was the type of video they recorded the stuff on. You know what I mean? Danny Jokes, did you see that? Hi, May. Consciousness. I didn't know until I was much older that these were all Japanese-made cartoons. Yeah, manga. We're talking Battle of the Planets and that now, aren't we? Aqua, Marine Boy, and all of that. A lot of that stuff was early manga-esque stuff. Did manga come from this? You'd know this, Denny. Manga. Was that something to do with their eyes, where wide eyes are good and slanted eyes or slit eyes are the evil ones, and it was a type of animation style?
I think you might be right, but really, I was never really into manga. It was well, say I'm not into manga. I mean, Battle of the Planets. Yeah,
Yeah, go on, tell the world how much you spent on your Battle of the Planets box set. Go on, you git. Tell the world, go on.
£5. Yeah.
How many pound?
£5.
Okay, we'll go past that. Yeah, it's a lot of dosh. Anyone remember Marine Boy? Look at that. I'll see. Look, I've mentioned it. Look, Marine Boy. I love that in the 60s. Kid chewing oxy gum. Yeah, that's what I remember about
I've got
it.
all 3 seasons of that on DVD as well.
I haven't.
I've got it. I've got all 3.
I ought to sort of like catch up with that. I remember it.
Very
Did
expensive.
he have a boomerang?
Yes, he had a boomerang in the water. That's right, and he was with his dolphin as well.
That's it. Yeah. I always thought that the animation in the end credits looked better defined than they were in the actual cartoon itself.
Season 1.
Yeah, but you see that animation there.
Yeah.
Am I right in thinking that when you show the end credits, the animation, not the animation, but the definition of the characters seemed to be so much better? It's almost like they were drawn by somebody different that actually did the actual series.
It's been too long to remember, mate. I can't remember that. No, but
I still want Sinbad the cartoon. So yeah.
Oh, I'm desperate for that. I want that.
Aren't we all?
Sinbad and his magic belt.
I still want that magic belt. He pulled that magic belt. Bang! There you are. It was like Popeye. Colin Jones, Scout uniforms. We got our second hand. Yeah. You can't find many people though that are 20 stone, can you? Then say how many outfits do you want us to make out of this material? 4. Right. Cauldron Stardust. Yeppers to Steve. Marine Boy, yes, used to chew oxygen gum to breathe underwater. And yes, that was another Japanese show. It was one of the earliest ones I saw. It was on a compilation show. I remember on the same show were things like Tomfoolery and Arabian Nights. Well, the Arabian Nights I remember being in the Banana Splits. To be quite honest,
that's correct. Yeah.
When the donkey you pulled the tail and basically it turned into like a whirlwind. I don't remember him that cartoon being shown outside of the show, to be quite honest. I always thought it was part of the Banana Splits.
Yeah, it was part of the. Yeah,
I'm probably wrong with that. Don't know. Tomfoolery and Arabian Nights as a compilation show. Where would that have been? Oh well. Colin Jones, size of an elephant. That was the genie that was in that Arabian Nights. Arabian Nights was really good. Yeah, I liked it. Thought it was fun. Absolute classic. I sewed my badges onto my scout uniform. Not that my mum wouldn't, but I actually liked doing it myself. It was my uniform, and I took pride in sewing my badges and patches onto it. You saddo. No, I'm only joking. It's only because I couldn't sew my own. It's only jealousy. It's pure jealousy that makes me say things like that. I can't sew a button on. Bloody useless I am. Don't know what I'm going to do in the future. I'm going to have to go down the street with no buttons on my shirts. That's me, you see, because I'm tight git. Colin Jones, Tab, Coca-Cola's biggest failure. Yeah. Although it was around everywhere. Remember the can, what it looked like. Colin Jones, Ronnie Barker, an absolute legend. Yeah, definitely. One of the delights was actually speaking to him. Steve's Gaming, I think the earliest WWM one I saw was the Wooden Tops.
Watch with Mother Us, yeah.
Yeah. Thomas the Tank Engine based on the island of Sodor. We just worked that one out. Thank you very much.
Bing.
Bing. Asked who is your favorite member of the Sodor crew is basically asking who's your favorite Thomas character. I'm sorry this caused so much confusion. No, you're not. You're not worried about. Don't worry about that, Cauldron matey. Honestly, we're loving this. I'm actually getting an education at the same time. You see what I mean? So Jim Jam said he's back. Bloody hell, we didn't know he'd gone. Jesus. See what I mean? We've got up to, by the way, we're up to 10 to 11 now. I've caught up pretty quick. Mr. Mem was fantastic. It was. Who on here is a closet Teletubbies fan?
No.
Me, definitely not.
Mm.
Sorry, Stephen, if you're a Teletubby fan, great for you. I'm happy for you. Weirdos, a lot of them. I gotta say, it's like, were you a fan of Mr. Blobby? No. It's as simple
The
as that.
Visionaries.
You
Yeah, I
remember the Visionaries? Yes, I remember the Visionaries. The Pink Windmill.
Oh,
yes, yeah.
I want that on DVD when it comes. I want it.
What's your favorite Hanna-Barbera cartoon?
Oh,
It's not a watch with mother question, Jim Jam. You want to answer it though? Go on, answer it for him.
It's an obscure one that isn't watched very often, and I'm desperate for it on DVD or Blu-ray. Bailey's Comets. It's like
oh, they were cheerleader things, weren't they?
Wacky Races on roller skates.
Yeah. Mine's the Fantastic Four cartoon. Go figure.
No, that was a good one.
Marvel sold the rights to Hanna-Barbera to do the Fantastic Four. They did something like 20 odd episodes of it. The license was revoked, but before they revoked it, they put Ben Grimm in another Hanna-Barbera cartoon where the little boy would put a ring on his finger and turn into Ben Grimm. Nothing to do with the Fantastic Four. Stan Lee didn't like it, tried to put a block on it at one point. Hard to get hold of that. Can't even remember what the show's called, but it was all to do with a magic ring. Cauldron of Stardust. As an American, I can say that Teletubbies was a worldwide phenomenon in the late 90s. It was worldwide. I thought it was England at first. It was just an England thing. I thought it might have come from Norway or Scandinavia or something because it seemed really weird. Like they would make something like that. But apparently it's worldwide. Who knew? At the time, I went, you're all weirdos. I just didn't get it. I think it was just, I'd passed that point by then. My sister was telling me about In the Night Garden the other day, and I went, I never watched it. But apparently that was huge. In the Night Garden. And you got to remember, my sister, you see, had children. You see, a nephew and a niece. You know, my nephew and niece. So she would have been watching these cartoon and TV stuff that I wouldn't have been watching. So she's actually ahead of the game when it comes to later stuff than me. Jim Jam Movies and TV. The latest game I bought was Emu's Massive Hunt for the VIC-20 on cassette. We both know that one, Denny, don't we? Because we're both VIC-20 fans.
That's probably one of the best games.
Until about a year ago, I didn't know Colin was a fan of the VIC-20. To me, I always knew with you, Denny. We clicked over.
Yeah.
My VIC-20 was my pride and joy for a huge long time. Yeah. And even the nostalgia for it was there when I had a Commodore 64. It never went away. But people don't talk about it as fondly as they do the Commodore 64, and it's such a shame. It was a massive mammoth machine as far as I was concerned. Hey, there you go. People go, I don't understand the memory mapping and all this sort of stuff. And I said, well, learn it then. It's only a couple of switches. Jesus Christ, how hard is it?
That computer has probably got the best sound effects on any computer, though.
Oh, yeah, even Jeff Minter will tell you that. Best sound wave chip that was there outside of a synthesizer.
Brilliant.
Jim Jam Movies. Danger Mouse is bloody brilliant. Yeah, we've talked about that earlier, Jim Jam. You're going to love it at the beginning. We talked about all this stuff. I like a lot of UK shows because I'm a geek about that stuff. Just like I just like how I have a lot of French language comics, but they're not well known here in the US. But Teletubbies was huge over here. Yeah, it was. And I have to admit with you, there's a couple of French things that I quite like. I mean, I fell in love with sort of like French stuff when I started watching Besson movies. You know, Nikita and The Big Blue and Fifth Element and all of that sort of stuff. So I started to look at French films very differently and stuff from France. Jim Jam Movies. Is there a kid show you wished had a physical release?
Oh,
Well, we talked about Sinbad, didn't we? But that's later on anyway. It wouldn't even be included in Watch with Mother.
physical that was released. Oh, blimey. That's a good
A
question.
kid show that you'd like as a physical release that's not out there. I mean, you've virtually got it at the back shelf there, look.
I've got quite a majority of it. If it's Watch with Mother stuff, that's hard to say. Not that particular watershed moment.
Well, I mean, Christ, how many episodes did they do of Play Away and Play School? Christ, how many bloody volumes of that would there be?
I mean, if you're not talking, I mean, if he was talking about stuff that's never going to be released, like Vision On and Take Heart, I'd love stuff like that. But I'm never going to release stuff like that.
But they haven't brought out videos, have they, of things like Screen Test and Clapperboard, have they?
No. Oh, I'm glad you said Clapperboard. Did you know the Powell? Is it Powell's and the Powell's Wood? Because Powell's, the original Powell's, was actually featured in Clapperboard.
Was it?
It was run as the series. I'm glad he's telling me Clapperboard. Yeah, it was. When I was studying. It says that if you just bear with me just for 2 minutes. Powell's Wood. First series was titled The Powell's. Hang on. The first series was broadcast 29th of July 65 within the children's magazine Clapperboard.
Wow.
And and then the second series, but the second series that was done on its own. Yeah. And I didn't know that.
No, I didn't know. So that's why you got a big smile on my face going, I bloody clue. Bloody hell.
Yeah. But sadly, I bet you all them Clapperboard episodes are missing.
Well, yeah, but even though it was colour, you think they junked them?
No, that was black. Them was black and white. That was all black and white. Then was mate. Black and white. Yeah, that was all black and white.
Oh, it must have been Screen Test that was colour.
Or was there a different? Was there something? Was Clapperboard around 1965? But it was.
I remember it because the BBC would obviously repeat shows like that. But Screen Test.
Clapperboard was the ITV.
Yeah.
So it must have been it was a magazine program called Clapperboard. So it's a different Clapperboard then.
Yeah, must be.
I thought it was. Yeah, that's on Wikipedia. So it was put in the magazine program Clapperboard. So that's a totally different Clapperboard then. It's got to be.
Yeah, because Clapperboard to me was something that was on between 4:45 and 4:45, so it fits into there, and was more a kiddies film quiz show, bit like it looked a little bit like University Challenge. Almost, you got two kiddies, or a couple of kiddies on each of these two panels, and you got the presenter there, and he would ask you questions like, about children's film stuff, and they had to come up with the answer and that. I used to love it. I thought it was brilliant. There we go. Cauldron of Stardust, Jim Jam movies and TV. Bro, they're not getting to this question until next week. So that's not nice, is it? I'm trying as fast as I bloody well can. You bastards. In 1999, the two biggest kids crazes in the USA weren't even American. It was Pokemon, out of Japan, the older kids, and Teletubbies out of the UK for the younger ones. Was Teletubbies out of the UK? I thought it was actually foreign and brought in.
No idea.
Wouldn't know. Pokemon, don't even go down there. I wasn't a big Pokemon fan. I never understood the craze. I couldn't understand why Nintendo's most expensive cartridge would be the same game but in a gold case. You know what I mean? I never understood the craze.
But was that a phenomenon where they used to walk around the streets looking for Pokemons?
Oh, well, that was the next craze, but Pokemon was a cartoon, right? But what I'm trying to say is, I never really understood it because I was never into that sort of cartoon where it's fighting battles, the Pokemon things. I never really understand Pogs, though. Pogs was a huge craze. Weird faces on discs that you threw on the ground, and if the face turned upwards, then you won every Pog that was in the vicinity, which is basically the old kiddies game that we used to do in the playground, where you flicked a bloody card at a wall, and it had to bounce off the back wall and then onto the ground and land on the top of the card for you to take it. It's just regurgitated with weird art on. That's all I've got to say about that. But anyway, we're going past Watch with Mother again. At least you've noticed a new version of my tune. Well, of course I watched. Colin, I'm one of your biggest fans, mate. If he hasn't cottoned on yet, the fact that I mention him every week. No, hang on a minute, though. I mention him every week. I say doing a kerfuffle on all this sort of stuff, right? How will I have not then have noticed that he's written a new version of his tune? How could I not? That would be like saying, well, you missed one. You missed one of my episodes. No, I didn't miss one of your episodes. If you bring something out, I'm watching it. Simple as that. And I don't lie on my blog either. Everything that I mentioned in there, I've watched. Everything I read out. Just so you know. Colin Jones. It was still Emmerdale Farm in the desk. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
We even had the Reverend Jerry Falwell accusing Teletubby Tinky Winky of trying to push a gay agenda onto kids because he had an upside-down purple triangle on top of his head and he carried a purse. I know that this Reverend Jerry Falwell because I think he was in one of those Louis Theroux documentary things, one of those ministers that go around and they've got families of hate crime people chanting stuff about people leaving America or something because of their beliefs and stuff. He's very much one of them ministers that causes uproar. Dennis the Menace in the Beano was apparently completely independent in the US version. That's what I said, isn't it? Yeah, basically in a roundabout way. I said, yeah, I kept saying for years that Dennis the Menace was ripped off by the Americans when actually the Americans brought it out first. And it's totally independent and different it is. Cauldron of Stardust, correct, Colin. The US and UK Dennis the Menace comics are completely unrelated. They just happen to be released at the same time in the US. The UK Dennis the Menace is called Dennis and Nasher, exactly. Yeah, so remember, this is where we're just going over the ground where I've already agreed all this. The US Dennis the Menace is sort of an annoying kid by accident. He's actually rather naive to this fact like he is in the movie, whereas the UK Dennis the Menace is deliberately nasty. Yeah, Nash is a bloody horrible poodle dog with bloody weird legs and great big teeth. I loved Dennis the Menace, the movie, when a lot of people didn't. Walter Matthau is brilliant as Mr. Wilson. Don't get me wrong, right? Dennis is just it's a shame. Everybody hate the people that hate that film, Dennis the Menace, blame it on the boy, and it was his first film that he did. But Christopher Lloyd, wow, he's like Ron Moody in it. You know Ron Moody that I was talking. You know, I sent you a film called Fight of the Doves, and it had Ron Moody, in it, and he played all these characters. No word of a lie. It's almost like Christopher Lloyd watched Ron Moody's performance in Flight of the Doves from all those characters and did this tramp that's so vicious and nasty. It's almost he was hanging around the school children's playground where preschool people were being done. He was asking the kids to come over so he could have a chat, find out where this Dennis lived. And he's greased up and dirty and looks like he'd lived on the land for the last 10 years or something. I tell you, nice character. Colin Jones, I've just remembered one that has yet to be mentioned: Crystal Tips and Alistair, which is that picture that we've got with the purple hair. We've sort of swiveled around that one, haven't we? Because I mentioned the hair at the very, very beginning, right? But we didn't actually mention the show, and the animation is a bit like Pigeon Street.
Cut out animation.
Right? It's almost like the joints where the legs are. They just alter the legs angle.
Yeah.
There's no bending of the legs or anything like that, Tron.
I think there was a bit of.
You like to know about Crystal Tips? I'll tell you what. We got to be nice here. Can you give any of your impressions of Crystal Tips now as to what you remember about it? Whether it was just the hair, the dog, whatever you want to talk about. I can tell you now. I don't have too many big memories of Crystal Tips, Alistair. It was definitely a show I wanted to watch. I thought her hair was really weird and couldn't understand why it was purple even back then. But I liked the dog.
Yeah,
it was the dog I liked in that show.
I don't think there's anything I can add that I just went round the program. I was just going. That's all I was doing. A program built out of an LSD. What's the name? But I can check. But that's all I remember. It just used to go around, just going on. Crystal Tips and all this stuff.
See, I never got on with the lady. It was the dog. Just like the dog is bouncing about for it. It was funny. But that's a happy dog. That's all I remember of it.
Right. How many episodes was there?
Of that? 8.
50.
50?
50 episodes.
I'm surprised. Now, I thought that would be one where there was hardly any and they repeated them.
Now, 50 episodes and they were 5 minutes each. That's why.
Oh, Christ. All right.
Yeah. The top who are joined by friends. Yeah. Is a British cartoon on the BBC, 72 to 74. It doesn't really give much of a rundown as to what it was about. Because I don't think even they knew what it was about.
It's just the adventures, wasn't it, of this girl and a dog? And...
Yeah. And they just went round and they were just going.
Yeah.
And you just saw flowers everywhere.
That's pretty much it. It was a hippie thing.
Just weird. Unless I got it up on.
What was the jewel-like thing? Ludwig, was it? Played the trombone.
Yeah, he was like a giant egg, wasn't he?
Yeah, I remember Ludwig.
Yeah. It seamlessly created in the psychedelic age, these classic designs of Hilary Hayton are now ultra hip. This is the real flower power which influenced an entire generation of children to be a groovy man.
Pretty much that was it.
Yeah.
You could almost smell the marijuana as you walk down the street trying to buy the groceries, couldn't you?
Yeah. It's like walking past one of them hippie shops in like one of them indoor shops, and it's always got that same stench.
Why is it that everybody that comes that follows behind this lady is giggling all the time? Yes, because they're just smoking and bloody puffing the biggest marijuana that you'd ever find in your life.
Yeah, that that Ludwig had a violin, didn't he? If I remember.
I thought it was a violin, but Ludwig is one of those ones where if you mention just the name Ludwig, nobody remembers. But then when you show the little boy with the egg, you go, "Oh, I know what you're talking about now." It's like that because you think of a totally different show when you just mention the word Ludwig. You even think it's German, don't you? When you,
I've even actually thought of a program I totally forgot about, Barber Popper.
Oh, Barber Popper, yeah.
That was a dinner time.
Elephant used to paint things blue or something. Wasn't there a blue thing?
There was all different, like a family, and they could all morph into different characters, couldn't they?
Yeah.
French production again.
Yeah. Ludwig was weird as hell. One of my favorites while it was on. Yeah. I like the Bob the Builder theme. I bloody well didn't. I tell you, you can throw that out the frigging window. Cauldron, you and I are going to have a chat. I'll raise that quality bar up. I tell you, if by hook or by crook. Dell's singing should be against the law. Everyone's a critic. You get up here and do it. Connor Jones, Arabian Nights was Banana Splits, mixed up memory. Yeah, okay, it's not a problem. I'll let you off, Colin. Thousands wouldn't. You wouldn't let me off. You bloody write it down in my blog and make me read it out, you bastard. Anyway, Children of Stardust. Favorite Hanna-Barbera cartoon, The Smurfs, despite the Peo comic being Franco-Belgian. Cartoon was done by Hanna-Barbera. Yeah, it was. But then again, a lot of things were like that. I mean, Asterix the Gaul, I think, was sort of like Swedish Norway type thing, but was taken over by another animation company to bring it out. And over the years, you've had film, you've even had movie film versions of it. But I remember the short cartoons that were on TV, a bit like Tintin. Do you remember there were Tintin cartoons? Like that, right? And you don't see them anymore. And I tell you what, it took an absolute age for me to find a book that was done like the comic, that was big. You know what I mean? I'm talking about a really big book of Tintin. And I had that book, and then my mum sold it, bitch. Oh, sorry, it's not my mum. I shouldn't say things like that. But she did. She sold my book because I didn't clean my room one day. She sold my whole Marvel UK comic collection to the hospital and to all the local stuffs because I didn't clean my room. I had to buy them all again. I'll never forgive her for that, really. But I told her it's all her fault that my room's a mess because I had to go out and buy them all again because you went and sold them. And she says, oh, all right then. Me and my mum get on really well. Don't get me wrong. But she did do things like that. My mum was quite harsh on me when I was a kiddie. You know, all that Cubs and all that. It's no lie. We couldn't afford it.
Well,
just to be clear, I'm not French. I don't even know French. I love French and Belgian comics because I absolutely adore their art style. Like I say, Tintin had a great art style. I actually typed the dialogue into a translator to read them. Oh, wow. Didn't know that. But then again, you can do that now with AI on Samsung phones, can't you? You could just actually move your camera in front of something now and it auto translates. I tried it the other day and it worked. Because mine now has Samsung AI written on it when you turn the phone on. Clapperboard was 1972 to 82 with Chris Kelly. Yes, it was.
So it was a different thing then. It was a magazine.
Yes. Are there any females on kid TV shows you had a crush on, apart from crop bags? Mine would be Jane from Rod, Jane and Freddie. Wow, we've got some things to say about Rod, Jane and Freddie anyway, haven't we?
Yeah.
You know about them a little bit. But did I have a crush? I think I had a crush for a long time on the Blue Peter presenter. Was it Janet Fielding? I don't know. Might have done. It might have been her. But no, there was one female. Oh, of course, Sally James. I mean, who didn't like Sally James when they were a kid on Tiswas? All we wanted to do was a bucket of water be thrown over her and just see whether there's a wet T-shirt contest going on. That's all what we wanted as lads. But yeah, I'm going to say Sally James for me. What about you? Did you have any?
Well, there's either Sarah Green or there was Katie.
Really? You were a closet Sarah Green addict, were you?
Yeah, that was quite nice. And or Katie Hill. She was felt fit as well.
Yeah. Oh, I'd agree with that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Sarah Green. Just I'd have thought you'd have said someone like, I mean, I don't expect you to turn around and say Maggie Philbin. You know, you know.
Well,
each to their own. Excuse me. Teletubbies is 100% UK, made and produced. I'm positive of that. I think you're right. It's just I always thought, you know what I mean? You see the visual element of it and you think to yourself, that don't look UK. You know what I mean? You see those green hills, you think to yourself, oh, Alps. You know what I mean? That's what I do. Rolling down bloody hills in bloody It's a Knockout outfits. Right, anyway. Stephen Taylor, I couldn't call them kid shows, but for me, it would be Lieutenant Gay Ellis from UFO and Colonel Wilmer Daring from Buck Rogers. Yeah, we were talking presenters. I mean, if you're going to talk about TV series, then yeah, I mean, for God's sake, how can you not like Wilmer Daring, for God's sake?
Yeah,
I like the girls in UFO. I'll tell you what, though, some of those girls in the UFO were a bit risque anyway. The ones in the submarines, they wore these sort of like knitted, sort of like grey
string vest
type things. There's one woman there, she had no bra on. I swear she didn't have a bra on. You could see absolutely everything through it, right? And then and basically, as a kid, I was going, can I make this go any slower? She's turning around. See if I can do it.
Bad man.
I went, why isn't this more an underwater episode? I want to see more of these people down here. I was a dirty perv. I don't care. People want to know.
Yeah, Colonel Wilma doing that.
Crystal Tips, the music.
Yeah.
I agree, Del. I think Dennis the Menace was a good live action movie. I mean, it wasn't out of this world fantastic, but it was a good fun film. Yeah, it was. A lot of people give it bad rep. That's all I'm saying. And I think a lot of people need to just step back for a moment and just say, hey, was it aimed at you? This is supposed to be something that your kids can sit in front of while you go off and do something in the kitchen. You know what I mean? That's what that film's all about. Alan Jones, if I remember, it was the last thing on Children's Hour before the news started. The last thing would have been things like Willow the Wisp, Ivor the Engine. What else did they have just before that? Yeah, Magic Roundabout.
Rhubarb and Custard.
Yeah, definitely. Steve's Gaming, yeah, it's... Oh, you're talking about Ludwig, you see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a violin, not a trombone. My memory playing tricks. Your memory playing... You got a memory, Steve? I'll have to put that on the calendar moment there. Hang on. Ox, good night, lads. Good night, Ox. That was at 11:45. Not that long ago.
No, it's nearly caught up now.
Yeah. Ox, good night. Moral of the story, clean your room. Yeah, all right. Still didn't think it was very nice of my mum to do it. 2 1980s artists got their names from Tintin. One got away with it, the other didn't, and had to drop the middle name. Yeah. Cool. Because it's not Marvel. It was something to do with the Thompson twins, wasn't it? They were there. Oh, gone. There we are. Look, let me answer. Look, Thompson twins are Stephen Tintin Duffy. There was the two business people, weren't there? That were like accountants. That was the Thompson twins, wasn't it? Yeah. Sally James is 74. Sarah Green is 66. I like older women. That's all I got to say. I'll send Sarah Green over to you, Denny. When you finish with her, you can send Sally James over. All right. Yeah. Feeling old yet? I am. I'm feeling it now. Bloody hell, my throat's gone. And, everything else. I can picture Kid Delboy getting so close to the TV to see a braless submarine lady's chest that he's seeing the RGB Foster dog. It wasn't that bad. But yeah, you're not far from it. By the way, that was the last comment, Denny.
Oh, right.
Now it's 5 to midnight. And he says we've caught up. So really, there are 8 people watching. I've got nothing else to say, really, other than I've loved this. We can continue. I'm not too tired. Or we can wrap this up at 12, which gives us exactly 5 minutes to do any closing thoughts and anything that might come up on the comments.
Yeah. Well, I'm out tomorrow, so yeah, we'll have to wrap up. So
we'll wrap up at 12 then. So basically, you've got 5 minutes, lads. If you want to put anything at the end, I just want to turn around and say to you guys, you're the best.
Yeah, it was a good night tonight.
Steve, Colin, we mentioned all of those. Cauldron, Ox. We love them all to death. Without your channels, though, I don't think I could get through the week, to be quite honest. I'm so glad that your stuff is out there. Please do sub to Steve's Gaming, Colin. all of that sort of stuff. But when it comes to these discussion things, we've all got memories. We all come from different backgrounds. We all come from different areas of Britain. We all grew up with how our mothers and fathers wanted us to be, for the majority that weren't adopted or anything like that. These kids' programs left a mark for me. I think I was put on a very good stead because of this stuff that I was watching. And I definitely appreciate my mum and my dad and how hard it was for them. Books and all that sort of stuff were no more cheaper than they are now. Do you know what I mean? It's difficult now for mothers to get food from food banks, and they want to buy, and they also want the comics and magazines and books that they're seeing and can't afford it, even though we look at them on the shelves and go, right, and he says 50 pence in a charity shop. 50 pence is bloody expensive. You haven't got 50 pence in your pocket. That's all I've got to say about that. And that's what my dad always said. He said, 50 pence may not seem like a lot, but if you've got zero in your pocket and you need 50 pence, it might as well be £1 million. Because you ain't got the 50 pence, have you? That's what he was trying to get away with.
Well,
just read some more comments here, and then I'm going to let you close up with this. Steve says, looking at Del and his background, what Mr. Man name would Del and Denny have? It's been a great trip down memory lane. This was the Delboy special I've been hankering for. I love kids shows, still do.
And there's more to come.
And there's more to come, yeah. Great live stream, really enjoyed it. Yeah. Denny, over to you for your closing comments.
Now, just like I think everybody said, it's been a brilliant night tonight. We never had so many comments, have we?
No.
Yeah, but yeah, it's like you said, it's one of them things. All these programs, it's kept you in good stead, and isn't it amazing? After all these years, 50 or 60 years in some cases, we still know about these things. Now, I wouldn't say we know everything, but we've got them remnants in our head of when times were better.
Yeah.
And I really wish we could go back, but we can't because that's how the future is. But thanks everybody for coming on. It's been a brilliant night.
Do you think the BBC have made a mistake? Just a little thing to add here. BBC have made a mistake with disbanding the children's broadcasting.
Yeah, they all have.
And then moved it to satellite. And then when it died a death over there, they hoped that it would just die a death and stay dead.
Yeah,
that's what it seems like to me. And yet, we as kids, I don't think we could have lived without that. I mean, we needed it, and we got it and loved it, and we remember it.
I think somebody said earlier that all of their interest is staring into a piece of plastic like that all day. That's their entertainment nowadays. It's a shame. But the programs we used to watch, they couldn't make nowadays because they wouldn't watch them. It's society's passed them by. We've diversified more as a country. And it is a shame, but they're our memories. We'll never lose them. They belong to us, really. And it's why we've had a night like we have, where we've all remembered them.
Yeah.
It's with a bit into sadness, really, that the days are gone. But, laughing a joke, them all up on the shelf there whenever I feel a bit down.
Yeah, why not? Cauldron's turned around and said 4 hours. Thanks, fellas. Steve's, who has to have the last word, the bastard, says, thanks, guys. Super. Thanks, guys. Superb. By the way, you need to run out of oxygen more, Steve, in your gaming stream for after. As far as I'm concerned, you're not dying enough. But anyway, that's a different matter. Thank you so much for everybody that watched. Denny and I definitely appreciate it. I can only just turn around and say how I normally end my streams, which is salute, which obviously comes from Frankie Howard. But like I say, that's just a little bit of my childhood. I will let Denny end this one, and I'm going to hit the end stream. How would you like to end it, Denny? Say the last words now.
Goodbye.